The biggest revelation from my reporting was rumours that Pepsi was somehow involved in bombing their own trucks. I found a newspaper report with a headline that said, "Pepsi goons bomb their own trucks." And when I visited the MBI, the police department in the Philippines, they presented me with documents and interviews with people who claimed that Pepsi had paid them to cause riots and to cause trouble outside their plants in order to destabilize the situation and to frame the owners of the coalitions that were fighting them to try and curry favor. I just thought that was so shocking. And of course, Pepsi denied it, but how bizarre that a company would be accused of bombing their own trucks. The contest had sparked so much anger in the Philippines because it landed at just this really weird time in the Philippines' history. It was during a crazy election that was racked with allegations of fraud. The Philippines was in a kind of love-hate relationship with America. They loved, obviously, the American aid and finances that was pouring into the country, but at the same time, they yearned for independence. They wanted to be their own country. Vicente Del Fierro was a local preacher living in Manila, and he hated the Number Fever campaign. Del Fierro thought Pepsi's Number Fever campaign was just one of the many ways that America was asserting its dominance over a third world country. He hated seeing his fellow countrymen get ripped off, in his eyes, by this huge multinational American company. He wanted justice. Del Fierro rounded up over 800 winners of 349 bottle caps, and he got them all together to sue Pepsi for over $400 million to be divided between those holders of lucky bottle caps. Del Fierro took money from some of the people who could afford it. They paid him 500 pesos to help with legal fees, but for people who couldn't afford the money, he would just represent them pro bono.
The alliance is to build up pressure on Pepsi. And so you see people marching in the streets. So we have mounted our own campaign, even in the U.S.
He flew to America and he hired two consumer lawyers here in America to take on Pepsi. He had a meeting at Pepsi's headquarters to try and resolve the problem, but he said he wanted to take it all the way to the highest courts in America. When those cases were heard in America, those courts decided that this was a problem that should be heard in the Philippines, not in America. Back in the Philippines, Del Fierro continued his case in the Filipino courts. At one stage, there were arrest warrants handed out for 9 Pepsi-Cola executives, which he saw as a big victory. We don't know if those arrest warrants were ever upheld, but it made newspaper headlines across the country. Pepsi did not take kindly to Del Fierro's campaign. They tried everything to shut him down. They sued him for libel.
My father had to attend 3 times a month for a branch 145 and another hearing for the branch 113, also 3 times a month. Also, there was a time my father was hospital due to heart failure. Still, he had to attend the 2 branch hearing. Otherwise, for not attending, the judge will issue a warrant of arrest to my father. My father passed away January 13, 2010. After staying for almost 1 year in the hospital, he died of complication due to heart failure. After the death of my father, I was inspired to do the website. PepsiCo will be remembered for what they did to the consumer in the Philippines and to my father.
When I reached out to Pepsi for comment for this story, they claimed that they didn't have access to anyone who was working at Pepsi that was around in those days. They also said that during COVID-19, they didn't have access to their documents about this, but you know, they were very careful to say that they were sorry for everything that happened, And we do know that Pepsi did try everything to try and make this right. The Pepsi number fever disaster cost the company millions. We know that they paid up to $10 million in those goodwill payments. But the financial effect could be much greater. After the disaster, we know that Pepsi sales dipped. They were overtaken by Coca-Cola again. Pepsi's number fever disaster changed the legacy of that soft drink in the Philippines forever. Some people of a certain age won't touch it. For many people, Pepsi is a taboo word. A lot of the people that I spoke to were still quite traumatized by their experience, by that experience of winning $1 million pesos, losing it, and then returning to their normal life in poverty in Manila.
When the news of the bombing came out, it was a massive story in Germany.
We are following some breaking news coming to us out of Dortmund in Germany.
It was covered by all the media outlets.
3 roadside explosions triggered at the same time last night as a coach left its hotel in the south of Dortmund.
Public figures commented on it.
We should not let them affect our life, whoever it was.
The media echo went far beyond Dortmund.
I think it was front page news in every single big paper around Europe. Everyone thought of like a terrorist attack, and people were scared that throughout the city in Dortmund there was more attacks to be happening.
Unbeknownst to investigators, just after the bomb went off and the players of the team were shell-shocked, the person who had masterminded the attack was actually sitting in the hotel eating steak and sweet potatoes. My name is Thomas Rogers. I'm the journalist who wrote the article, The Get-Rich-Quick Scheme That Nearly Killed a German Soccer Team. Dortmund is a mid-sized city in the western part of Germany in a state called North Rhine-Westphalia. And it's a former industrial city that's kind of fallen on hard times in the last few decades. It was severely bombed in the war, so the center of the city is quite stark. Some of the few high points include its soccer team.
My name is Ike Henning. I'm a reporter with Bloomberg News, and I'm a great fan of Borussia Dortmund. Dortmund fans are super loyal. On all match days, the entire city is in black and yellow. It's like a religion.
I think more than most German cities, soccer does play a very large role in the identity of Dortmund. In October of 2000, the BVB became the first team in the Bundesliga to actually go public. Salaries for soccer players in the Bundesliga have gone up very dramatically. With such high prices, they thought that by going public, they would be able to compete better with big teams like Bayern Munich.
Unfortunately, that didn't go too well. Dortmund bought too many expensive players, high wages, and the club almost went bust in 2005.
The price of their shares, it has sometimes gone up, but mostly gone down since they made that decision. So on April 11th, 2017, the team was staying in a hotel on the outskirts of Dortmund.
Match days are always special in Dortmund. Everyone is looking forward to it. The team always meets in the same hotel ahead of matches.
They stayed in this hotel in order to have a kind of neutral space before games so that they could concentrate, be sort of isolated from distractions, things like that.
Everyone was pretty optimistic they had a chance to go really far, maybe into the finals. I was in the office and getting ready for match day. I was going to meet with a friend, a fellow Dortmund supporter, in a pub. As always, the fans are very excited about matches.
On that day, they were heading to play in the quarterfinal against AS Monaco at Signal Iduna Stadium, which is in the center of Dortmund. Shortly before 7 p.m., the players of the team boarded their official team bus.
When the bus took off the parking lot of the hotel and turned on the street, there were three detonations, 3 bombs that exploded and hit the bus of Dortmund.
3 explosions occurred close to the Borussia Dortmund team bus. The B team bus had just left the hotel. The explosions destroyed 2 windows in the rear part of the bus.
People screamed, people jumped to the ground.
The fellow Dortmund fan I was supposed to watch the match with, he called me and said, turn on the TV, there was an attack at the Dortmund bus. And I thought he was like, that was impossible.
Some of the players screamed at the driver to keep driving as fast as possible because they were worried that people might storm the bus.
German investigators say the explosive devices used in the attack on the Borussia Dortmund bus contained metal pins, and that one had pierced a seat headrest.
Unbeknownst to the team members, the actual mastermind behind the attack was, as they were disembarking, the bus was actually eating steak and sweet potatoes at the hotel they had just left.
Authorities are attempting to verify a letter left at the scene claiming jihadists were behind the attack.
Because there had been a series of attacks by Islamic terrorists in Germany and Europe, there was widespread suspicion in the media that this was another Islamic terror attack. 3 letters were found at the site of the bombing that took credit for the attack on behalf of Islamic State. There were, however, reasons to doubt this particular narrative.
Would actually be a surprise if ISIS were actually part of this attack. Possibly could be employed by other groups like the far right wing to try and shift the blame.
The letters had some strange qualities. They were written in a strange German that used big, sophisticated words, but had basic grammar mistakes, as if someone was native German speaker, but pretending to be a foreign person.
Federal investigators have detained 1 man suspected of links to Islamist terrorism, one of 2 suspects whose apartments were raided this morning.
Shortly after the bombing, a man in Austria named Rudolf, who was a big BVB fan, he noticed that something strange was going on the stock market related to the team's shares. He emailed the lawyers of BVB, who then forwarded that email on to investigators. The email stated that someone had bought 60,000 BVB put options, a wager that the value of the shares of the team would fall below a certain amount at a certain date.
Why would someone buy that ahead of a match and then 3 bombs go off? Something isn't right here.
For the person to make money off of that, it required the stock to go down quite a bit in a fairly short period of time. And it wouldn't just be the team losing a match, it would require something much bigger than that. There was another big red flag about this purchase, which is the fact that it had actually been made, number one, on the day of the bombing, but also from an IP address that had been traced to the actual hotel where the bombing had taken place.
When 3 explosions targeted the bus carrying the Borussia Dortmund footballers on April the 11th, written notes left at the scene claimed the attack was the work of ISIL. The truth, as is now alleged, is remarkable.
On April 21st, the police arrested a man in a southern German city called Tübingen. He was on his way to work, and his name was Sergei Venegold. He seemed like an unlikely suspect because he had no known connections to the Islamic terror world. He didn't seem like a far-right extremist. He didn't seem like a left-wing extremist either. He seemed to be a completely unremarkable young man.
A 28-year-old German-Russian man, named only as Sergei W., stayed in the same hotel as the players on the night before the bombing. He specifically requested an upper room overlooking the bushes where the explosive devices were hidden.
The media dissected why he would do that, what was his past.
He had been inspired by the 2015 terror attack in Paris. And he noticed that in the aftermath of the attack, the stocks of French companies went down. And he believed that if an attack took place that was directed at a specific company, that the decrease in stock price for that company would be even more dramatic.
It never occurred to anyone that someone would do that out of greed.
We now know that the suspect bought 3 different derivatives on the Borussia Dortmund shares. With all these derivatives, he bet on falling shares. The suspect bought the majority of these financial products on the 11th of April, the day of the attack.
If the plot had been completely successful and the stock had reached a value of 0, Wienergold would have made up to 570,000 euros, or the equivalent of about $608,000. Ultimately, the plan completely backfired.
The attacker, Sergei Wienergold, didn't make any money. In fact, he lost money.
In court, he would be extremely quiet. He usually kept his hands clasped together. One of the lawyers actually commented that he had never seen a defendant act so calmly. Wienergold had served some time in the German military. From that information and from online research, he was able to figure out how to assemble remote detonated bombs that would do what he hoped to do. There were a few days of extremely emotional testimony, including the soccer players who described doubting whether or not they could ever play another game again.
It brought everything back up, and it didn't quite help them to kind of process what was going on.
Throughout it all, he sat there completely silent. The big mystery that was swirling around the trial was the question of why. He may have simply done it because he wanted to impress a woman. Rebecca is a young woman who has a very troubled home life. She ultimately sees her relationship with Wienergold as an opportunity to leave that troubled home. Wienergold is a Russian immigrant to Germany. He speaks with an accent. He has anxiety in large groups of Germans. She begins to resent the fact that he has these fears and feels a little bit trapped. Rebecca attempts to dump him on multiple occasions, and he threatens to commit suicide if she leaves him. Wienergold apparently told Rebecca that she would soon be seeing a surprise. After being dumped via text message, he apparently began planning for this attack in earnest. Wienergold was charged with 28 counts of attempted murder, which carried a maximum sentence in Germany of life in prison. He claimed that he had nothing to do with the attack, but as time went on, he admitted that he had actually been the person who had built the explosives and had set them off. But he claimed that he didn't want to actually kill anybody. Ultimately, Wienergold didn't receive the harshest possible sentence. He was given 14 years in prison, but it's still a considerable amount in jail in Germany.
The threat of an asteroid hitting Earth is very real. If it's big enough, it's also very final.
These are very, very infrequent events. The probability is not 0, though.
A blinding flash of light streaking across the sky.
About 100 tons of space rock falls on Earth every day. Most of it is so small it burns up in our atmosphere or lands unnoticed away from major populations. No human in the past 1,000 years is known to have been killed by a meteorite, and according to NASA, no large object is likely to strike the Earth any time in the next several hundred years. However, one thing is certain: we haven't found them all.
There are thousands out there, and we don't know where they are.
There are a lot of asteroids in our solar system. They number in the billions.
Scientists all over the world are working toward detecting and deflecting the most catastrophic of natural disasters.
The race is on to find as many of these objects as we can.
We have a way of calculating whether or not an asteroid is potentially dangerous or not.
I mean, I think it's something worth investing in. It's our existence at stake, right?
Amy, let's get this one out of the way. It's probably the question you get asked the most, but how scared should we be?
Asteroids and comets are a natural hazard that's out there like a lot of other natural hazards. These are very, very infrequent events, these collision events, where an object actually impacts the Earth. The most important thing that we need to know about asteroids is when the next impact is going to happen and how bad it will be. What we know is that an object that's about, say, a kilometer across is capable of causing very, very wide devastation across the planet, really, truly global devastation. The object that wiped out the dinosaurs was somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 kilometers across, so even bigger than that. At a kilometer, it's still going to be very bad and it will have global effects. For objects that are capable of causing what I would call sort of regional damage, kind of a large major metropolitan area, a city and its surrounding environment, sort of around 100-ish meters. It depends on the details of the composition and so forth.
By the 1980s, NASA was cataloguing near-Earth objects. In 1994, stargazers watched as comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 hit Jupiter. The resulting zone of chaos was estimated to be as large as the Earth, and the event became a turning point in the search for asteroids and comets in our solar system. In 1998, Congress tasked NASA with finding 90% of asteroids and comets 1 kilometer wide or larger. Soon after, Hollywood blockbusters Armageddon and Deep Impact brought attention and fear to the masses.
The great news is that the vast majority, more than 90% of all the really large 1 kilometer near-Earth objects have been found. The challenge now is working down to these smaller sizes that are still quite capable of causing a lot of damage, but they're just harder to spot because they're fainter, they're smaller.
Can you give us a sense of how many are out there in our solar system?
We know that there are a lot of asteroids in our solar system. They number in the billions. Most of them, however, are between Mars and Jupiter in what we call the main asteroid belt. This is a region of space where most of the asteroids in the inner part of our solar system live, and they stay there for many billions of years. There is another population, though, that kind of leaks inward and gets into the region somewhat close to the Earth, and we call these near-Earth objects. We think that there are millions and millions of near-Earth objects that are out there in the total population. As of today, we know of sort of around 20, 25,000, something like that. When we first spot an object, we really know very little about it. We just see something moving across the sky. So all you get is just sort of a handful of snapshots, just enough to be able to tell that this isn't an asteroid that we've already seen before. And then once we can calculate the distance to it, we can now start to make predictions about its true size. Is it large or is it small? So we have a lot of information that we have to get pretty quickly to really understand what's going on.
Finding asteroids is just one piece of the puzzle. Planetary scientists are extremely skilled in determining the orbits and speeds of asteroids based on relatively small amounts of data. NASA runs simulations of the trajectories asteroids could take, which is useful but time-consuming. A team of scientists in the Netherlands have found a way that could buy us more time.
Our method is very quick. So you can very quickly get an assessment of whether or not the object is dangerous or not. If you look at the classical way of determining the danger of an asteroid, it may take days of computing time on very big machines to determine this hazardousness.
The current problem is that there's just too many asteroids out there to spend a huge amount of computational power on all of them. So the neural network allows us to focus on what really could go and pose a hazard to Earth.
A neural network is a computing system that mimics the way the human brain operates to find underlying relationships in a set of data.
By training the network in this way, you train it in recognizing those objects that are most likely to hit the planet. And once it's trained, you can apply this network to all the unknown asteroids. And then you can make a selection and saying, hey, these are the ones which appear to be having orbits similar to the ones which we know are hitting the planet. That doesn't mean that they do, but it only means that they look very similar to the ones we know they do.
What else did you find? Should we be particularly concerned about anything?
One thing that we did find is that our neural network was able to go and identify a handful of asteroids which weren't considered potentially hazardous, that when we went and integrated them forward in time, they came quite close to Earth.
We find a handful which were not detected before or not considered being dangerous before, and we think they are potentially dangerous.
It's very hard to simulate kind of going forward in time an asteroid that's going to hit Earth because, well, the Earth is really small. And space is really big, and then you have to have very exact parameters to shoot an asteroid that goes and hits exactly Earth. And then Simon had the ingenious idea of not even trying to do that and just launching the asteroids from Earth's surface and integrating backwards in time.
It's very hard to make it hit. So you need a lot of calculations which all end up in nothing. And the idea was then like, well, let's not do that. This is basically what NASA is doing. NASA is taking an asteroid, making multiple copies of them, shooting them all forwards in time, calculating their orbits, and then see what fraction sort of gets close to Earth. Not even hitting Earth, but getting close to Earth. And that they call it a potential impactor. So you calculate the solar system forwards in time for, let's say, 1,000 years. And then you launch asteroids from the surface as if you go forwards in time, would fall on the surface. You calculate them backwards to today, and then you get your orbital parameters of today's asteroids, which you know will land on the planet. And those you can use as known impactors and compare with all the other asteroids in the solar system.
Can simulations and AI, can those things fill in the gaps where perhaps telescopes and other imaging tools can't?
Absolutely. Since the observations get more complex, the physics gets more complex. And if the physics get more complex, the mathematics becomes more complex. And at some point, you can't solve your problems analytically anymore. And then this is where the computer comes in. Now we have this trained neural network. We have a way of calculating in a fraction of a second whether or not an asteroid is potentially dangerous or not, and therefore deserves more attention or more time to spend on for really finding out if it is dangerous.
When it comes to hunting asteroids, time is critical.
What we can do about a potentially hazardous object depends a great deal on what we know about it and how much time we have before the encounter. We'd really like to find them when they're decades away, because the more time you have, the more options you have, and the less energy it takes to move an object aside.
It also means we might not have to resort to launching a nuclear warhead at an asteroid. Until recently, pretty much our only choice.
That's an option of last resort, in my opinion, yes. We have lots of options available. You can just simply bump into the object and just nudge it out of the way. That's one possibility, and that's kind of, in a way, sort of the simplest thing to think about, just nudging it off its path a little bit with, a massive object, a spacecraft, let's say. It's just kind of like bowling, if you will. If you have a long time or a long stretch of runway in the lane, just a very small twist on the bowling ball will make a big change in where it ultimately ends up. Another option would be something where you take a very big, massive spacecraft and you park it next to the object and you use the force of gravity as a towing rig. That takes longer, though, and you need to be able to send a pretty massive spacecraft, and it obviously depends a lot on how big the asteroid is. Other options start to get more and more complicated, and they range from painting one side of the object a white color and painting the other side dark, and then letting the pressure of light sort of perturb its orbit.
In a departure from the lab and computer simulations, NASA has real plans to rehearse kinetic impact deflection. In 2021, the agency will launch DART, the Double Asteroid Redirection Test mission, which will intercept a 160-meter asteroid in 2022. Better to practice now before we have to deal with an actual threat. In the meantime, discovering asteroids is our best bet. Thousands of scientists and amateur astronomers around the world make up an informal network that survey the heavens. But that may not be enough. NASA wants more resources to map our solar system and better technology.
We need to ramp up our network of sensors, and also we need to continue to strengthen our network of international observers so that we can get follow-up, because we find these objects when they're distributed all over the night sky.
Once we get more observations, we get better data, we can make better predictions.
If you look at the big impactors we have had in the last, let's say, 20 years, or maybe 30 years, or 50 years, most of them we haven't seen coming. So the danger, the real danger, I think, comes from the objects we don't know about, and not from the objects we do know about.
This particular natural disaster, like a lot of natural disasters and like climate change, is a problem of the global commons. So the thing that we risk collectively is that it sort of then becomes nobody's problem, and nobody takes ownership over it. The asteroids are all over the sky. They just truly cross boundaries and borders with a second's notice.
I kind of imagine in the future, maybe lots of small satellites around the Earth that are always going and looking outward. I mean, I think it's something worth investing in. It's our existence at stake, right?
The pandemic has affected everyone in different ways. Some pass the time by baking.
Homemade sourdough bread. Do I need to say more?
Some chose to binge watch Netflix.
It's your game.
Or maybe you started a garden oasis in your backyard.
Next, I'm going to put my lettuces in.
But for millions of others,
I'm going to be posting stocks that will boom.
They wanted to uproot the financial industry.
Let's just lock it on up and take $15,000.
Here's a stock that can change your life.
I see a stock going up and I buy it, and I just watch it until it stops going up, and then I sell it.
I have gained over $3 million.
I want some free money.
I don't think you can overstate the online communities or social media's influence on financial markets.
A large group of inexperienced investors who discuss their plans on social media platform Reddit have shaken up the stock market in a big way.
The stock that everybody's talking about right now is GameStop.
Video game retailer GameStop is set to continue their head-spinning ascent today.
The revolutionaries on Reddit are spanking Wall Street's ass.
The more these stocks go up, the more the big guys are getting creamed and losing billions of dollars.
This isn't a wealthy person's game anymore. Anyone can play it.
I took up a little bit of a new hobby, and I am interested in day trading.
As an investor nowadays, you don't have to look a specific way. You don't have to wear specific clothes. You don't have to be doing it from a trading floor on Wall Street in like a high-rise building in downtown Manhattan.
The narrative of what's driving the markets is no longer being held in secret offices in New York and Boston of privileged people talking to other privileged people. It's right out in the open. It's on Twitter, it's on Reddit.
From brokerage apps to Discord channels and subreddits to TikTok finfluencers, one of the last holdouts in the world of disruption, finance, is next in line.
Investing should be as ubiquitous as shopping online.
That's Vlad Tenev, the CEO of Robinhood, the online brokerage app, talking about how he wants his app to disrupt the world of stock trading like Amazon disrupted the world of home shopping.
And I think that speaks to exactly the mission that a platform like Robinhood has, which is to democratize investing.
Robinhood was started in 2013 by Vlad Tenev and Baiju Bhatt in, where else, Silicon Valley, as an alternative to the big brokerages, but with one big difference.
As they were building the social network around finances for people, they realized that there was a gap in the market and that free trading could become something that they could bring to the markets, they could disrupt the industry.
While no-fee trading is industry standard today, it was unheard of when it was first introduced.
The online brokerage industry was really innovative when they came on the scene 10, 15 years ago, but they kind of stopped innovating where you haven't seen those commissions come down beyond $5 or $6 or $7. Robinhood think that by offering zero commission that they're going to push people onto this platform.
And on top of no-fee trading, the customers Robinhood was courting have been long overlooked in the world of finance.
So the typical customer of a Charles Schwab, for example, is putting a lot more money in that brokerage account than the typical customer at Robinhood. Even today, with all of its popularity, the median account size is about $240.
There's Fidelities in the Schwabs and the E-Trades of the world. They look down their nose at those kind of accounts. I don't want a $1,000 account. They're just a headache. I want a $100,000 account.
And this is key here, right? Because the thing about Robinhood that's different than every other single brokerage platform is how easy it is to use.
The design of the Robinhood app really has in mind a user who might be coming at this absolutely cold.
The fonts are very well sized, the shapes, the colors, all of that is something that the founders of Robinhood paid really close attention to.
And by creating an interface that catered to a newer investor, they were able to gather a pretty healthy group of customers. And by 2019, they had about 10 million customers.
Those 10 million customers were a huge success story for Robinhood, but no one could have predicted its explosion after the arrival of COVID-19.
Remain indoors to the greatest extent, and 100% of the non-essential workforce must stay home.
What we saw when the pandemic hit was the growth of Robinhood users absolutely turbocharged. And oddly, you saw this surge in interest in stock trading. Then they saw the absolute surge in 2020 in customer growth. And now, by many accounts, they have more than 20 million customers, which is pretty extraordinary. So the next step for them is to figure out how to monetize those users and how, even with their small account sizes, to get them to grow with the company and, as it releases more products, come along with them.
Robinhood would become one of the COVID economy's breakout successes. Robinhood traders, as they're called, became the shorthand explanation for the frenzy of often speculative retail investing after the pandemic lockdowns.
Kids wake up in the morning, they go on Robinhood. They're, in the shower, they check Robinhood. Kids are learning how the stock market works at 18 while they're at school, checking their phones in between classes because notifications pop up telling them what their stocks are doing that day.
With these new tools, millennials and Gen Z are investing in the market in ways their parents could have never even dreamt of.
That is sort of key when we talk about the divide between older and younger generations, is that the younger generation was exposed to so much more information and tools at their disposal to do what they want in the market.
The older generations, you never had the technology or the cost structure that you could play the markets like you can today. So you were stuck with giving your money to a professional investor and paying them a fee to do it.
When I speak to young kids, they tell me, I'm making mistakes, I'm losing money. I'm not a perfect investor, but I'm 18, and by the time I'm 30, which will be, 10 years from now, I'm gonna have interacted with the markets for a decade. And so it's a learning experience more so than anything else.
And you can look at it and you can say, wow, that's risk-taking, that's dumb, but if you could possibly shave 10, 20 years off your working life versus adding 5 years, I don't think you can fault people for that.
But Robinhood is only part of the puzzle. Sure, you can trade on it, but without research, information, and data, you're just blindly throwing darts at different stocks and hoping to strike it rich.
Wall Street forever has always run on what we now call narratives or memes. People telling rumors to each other have been around for 100 years.
On Wall Street, information is its own currency. Historically, either you had it or you didn't, and the people who had it had a huge advantage.
In the past, those narratives and memes didn't have a network effect. It would be one person telling another person over the phone. In fact, when I broke into this business in the 80s, a lot of people used to complain that they weren't on the call list to get those ideas.
Social media changed all of that.
Fast forward to 2021, that's being done on the internet now. And that's being done on Discord and Twitter and StockTwits and Reddit. And the impact is very similar, but orders and orders of magnitude larger.
As social media has played a bigger part in our lives, it's also played a bigger and kind of more important role in how people find investing ideas online and on these platforms.
How do those ideas spread? On TikTok. Yes, that TikTok.
Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
People aren't just going to it for sea shanty videos.
The personal finance hashtag on TikTok has garnered 3.5 billion views from its 1 billion monthly active users. By comparison, videos found under the cooking and health tips hashtag have 2.6 and 2.1 billion views respectively.
The trajectory of Robinhood and TikTok were literally on par.
What happened in the stock market this week? So the word of the week is expectations.
Absolutely essential that you guys understand the risks of shorting.
And Kayla Kilbride and Kyla Scanlon are two of those financial influencer TikTokers, also known as finfluencers.
I think people still care about fashion, they care about culture, but it's also like there's this big behemoth thing called the stock market that we really don't know a whole lot about, and it's gatekept behind the industry. And so people want to unpack that. And so my audience is, a lot of them are younger investors who are looking to hone their skills.
Tech and write-up.
Kyla and Kayla are two of the more, let's say, professional TikTok influencers.
The Tesla ARK Bitcoin Biotech Risk Cluster.
I've been trading since high school, and it was a really interesting way for me to fill out my decision-making frameworks and to think about thinking. And I think that the more that we can have people thinking about finance, the better that we're going to progress as a society. I think it's a huge gap in our educational system.
If you're going to buy an option for a stock you think is going to go up, it's a call. So think of it like this. I made the options video where I was like, options are just like shopping. Rumor has it that this pallet's about to go up in price. So if I come in tomorrow, can I still buy it at said price? And a ton of women just attacked that video and were like, you explain things so much better than my boyfriend or my professor, or I could sit and listen to you all day. And I was like, this is what I was looking for.
But TikTok's algorithm does not reward calm and measured videos about responsible investing. It rewards this.
Watch this video for 30 seconds and you'll be rich for the rest of your life.
I try not to say the A word, the ALGO word, because TikTok listens to us.
The algorithm does impact how you feel. You do notice which videos do better versus which videos do worse.
How do you catch someone's attention in less than 60 seconds? And how do you make it something that they're like, I need this in my life? Nearly impossible to do that in 60 seconds. But the people who perfect it are the people that you're going to watch and going to stick around.
And where people are sticking around? Reddit. And and its nearly countless subreddits about finance. And by far the biggest one of those is Wall Street Bets.
There's a lot of social media platforms out there, but Reddit is like the social media platform for finance. Places like Wall Street Bets is where it all goes down.
Started in January 2012, it wasn't long before Wall Street Bets adopted a 4chan-like etiquette, leading to their tagline, like 4chan found a Bloomberg terminal.
We had all these unexplained stock moves, and we would be grasping for why stock XYZ jumped 20% in a day. And you would look at Wall Street Bets, and you would see people there talking about buying options in that stock, and it sort of, squared the circle, so to speak, and started making sense. And it was at that point that it was like, wow, we have to start paying attention to this.
Some people on the platform really spend tons of time, and others are just looking for entertainment and to have a little bit of fun, effectively gambling or looking for an outlet, trying to make a little bit of money.
Then on top of all of that, there were stimulus checks. Now, clearly, this money is going to people who need to use that to eat, to live, but there's a lot of people who use this money to invest in the stock market.
And it's not just stock tips. People quote-unquote YOLO their entire life savings or stimulus checks on a single stock. They post what is called gain and loss porn, screen-grabbing staggering hits and misses on stocks for the entire community to see.
I'm about to lose everything.
And while some of the people on Wall Street Bets are novice investors, the community contains multitudes.
In one respect, what it did show us among these network groups is they are very sophisticated. They're not a bunch of ignorant people talking to other ignorant people.
And this is where the pieces of the puzzle all come together to wreak havoc on Wall Street for a solid week in early 2021.
It's pretty clear that the combination of more people having retail brokerage accounts and trading apps and more people being stuck at home looking for some kind of entertainment and some kind of community online came together in this very singular way.
What came together is GameStop.
Let's go back to the beginnings of what happened with GameStop a couple of years ago. On the boards like Reddit and StockTwits, a lot of people were talking about GameStop as being attractive value.
Some of them are even, Wall Street alums who left the industry and now still have access to tools that they can use to improve their financial well-being and make very good decisions. And I think Roaring Kitty is a perfect example of that.
GameStop is one of the most compelling asymmetric opportunities in the market today. Really, I don't understand how you could disagree with that.
At the same time that this crowd was talking it up, the hedge fund institutional crowd didn't like this stock at all, and it had the largest short interest of any stock in the New York Stock Exchange going into late 2020.
Short selling is a bet that a stock price will fall, and it's a fairly simple concept. An investor borrows a stock and then sells it. The investor is betting on buying the stock back later for a lower price before returning it to the original owner, pocketing the price difference.
What a short seller would tell you is that they almost act as a policeman in financial markets, or they're at least looking for companies that aren't what they say they are. And that can range anywhere from an outright fraud that some short sellers try to expose to just a company that's not worth as much as investors think it is.
The problem is, if the stock price rises, the short seller has to come up with the money to buy the stock back. And the more it rises, the more it costs. And that's what's called a short squeeze. And the hedge fund Melvin Capital was on the wrong end of that squeeze.
Melvin Capital lost over 50% of its money in the month of January alone, just from being caught in the short squeeze of the stock.
This is where the disruption comes in.
One of the most wild stories you're ever going to see. GameStop shares absolutely going nuts.
In less than a year, the company's stock has jumped from less than $3 a share to almost $350. Cheers, everybody!
Roaring Kitty has turned $50,000 or so investment into some $14 million.
Whoa!
Investors all over social media use the free trading app Robinhood to wreak havoc on Wall Street.
They're actually piling on into some of these stocks to really hurt the professional short sellers.
And they all used Reddit, Twitter, TikTok, and Discord to tell one another to keep buying and, quote, hold the line and not sell GameStop.
People are getting cheerleaded for jumping in, buying at the highs. They're saying, keep going.
And it was working too, until
Thursday morning, the trading app Robinhood sent out this tweet. In light of current market volatility, we are restricting transactions, including GameStop.
People were really angry.
Robinhood was supposed to allow the regular people to play the same game these big boys are playing. But instead, we were all taken for schmucks, and they screwed us.
Shares of GameStop are jumping again now that retail investors are being allowed to buy shares of the stock.
But what we learned is that when people organize online, they have the ability to disrupt the market.
And it was a big sign the ivory walls of the institution aren't as powerful as maybe the institutions thought them to be. I don't know if pumping up GameStop was the best use of billions of dollars, but I think that as a signal to society, it was pretty interesting and powerful.
The GameStop saga was so impactful that both Vlad Tenev and Roaring Kitty were called in to testify before Congress to clarify each of their roles in the saga.
One thing that's emerged from the congressional hearings is that they're interested in how retail brokerages make money and whether they're keeping the best interest of their customers in mind. But it's pretty fuzzy as far as what they would actually do as a result.
While the frenzy around GameStop eventually subsided, it didn't take long for retail investors to find other areas to invest their money.
Take a look at Bitcoin going bananas over the weekend.
Bitcoin forms a brand new all-time high.
It was after GameStop started to drop that we saw Bitcoin really go up to over 60,000.
How much further does this rally have to run?
It's compelling to say that money shifted from one venue to the other.
While correlation doesn't equal causation, there's a chart out there showing an inverse correlation on meme stocks going down and cryptocurrencies going up.
There's definitely an aspect where people are making money on stocks and then moving, they're agnostic, they're not hedge funds. They can invest wherever the hell they want. It's a classic sort of momentum trade. They're going to wherever the winners are and they're willing to jump on and, ride it.
So whether it's meme stocks like GameStop, meme coins like Dogecoin, or entirely new ways to invest in art like NFTs, the new kind of retail investor is making its presence known.
Over the next 10, maybe 15 years, you're going to continue to see, whether by choice or by force, that baton go from older generations to younger generations. I don't think any single app is going to be the thing that disrupts. I think people are the disruptors.
How people get ideas about what to invest in has become increasingly entwined with social media. And as social media companies govern more and more of our lives, the fact that now they're tied in more intimately to people's wallets is something that we might want to understand better.
Usually what disruption, I think, means is technology comes in, whether it's blogs to the newspapers or online retailing to brick and mortar. They come in and they're in the same business, but they just do it in such a gigantic cost savings that it causes everybody to switch. Well, that's the risk that happens here, is that it's so much cheaper to just manage your own money. We're not there yet, but costs and conveniences are moving in that direction. So I'd say, Wall Street, you haven't been disrupted yet, but you could be in the coming years, and that the final chapter on this story hasn't been written.
Meet Bloomberg's own David Nicholson. Now, his happy place is out in the field, on the open road. But like the rest of the world lately, he's been working from home a lot more than he's used to. COVID-19 has prompted a massive urban exodus as professionals of every ilk yearn for more space to live and work. As a result, rural areas have exploded, and they're poised to experience a resurgence as more and more families pack up and leave the big city to try out life in the burbs. But there's one problem with that. Not all internet speeds are created equal. Anyone who might need to upload or download large files for a living may not want to pack up and move to that cabin in the woods just yet. Now, David's house isn't a cabin, but it is in the woods, and inexplicably, his internet is workable.
My internet is okay. I pay a lot for it. It's around $140 a month. The download speed's great, and the upload speed is terrible, which is really bad for my work because I have to upload these massive files. But I'm definitely one of the more lucky ones in this community. Just a few miles down the road, my buddy has awful internet.
It's usually under 2 down and under 0.2 up, so it's often unusable.
Some days it's around 1, and other times it'll drop down to about 0.2, 0.3.
I just want to be able to have internet at my house without having to go outside the normal ways of acquiring internet. It's really frustrating.
We're literally a few miles away from downtown, and it just cuts off.
This is a problem, and the solutions are not there yet. Because getting high-speed internet in rural areas en masse is something our providers may simply not be ready for.
If your internet service doesn't have fast download and upload speeds, then you don't have high-speed harmony. You have.
Americans on average pay about $70 a month for internet at home. But in rural areas, it could cost a lot more for a lot less service.
So the pricing for a fixed wireless provider here can be something between $80 and $150 for about 25 megabits per second. However, gigabit service, which is 1,000 megabits per second and symmetrical, is running at about $119 a month or $130 a month.
That's John Paul. He co-owns Spiral Fiber, an internet service provider here in Nevada County, California. And for the past 10 years, he's been trying to bring an affordable fiber optic network to town. It all started when he applied to be part of the pilot program for Google's fiber service.
Across the country, civic boosters have been going to extremes, chanting, singing, Google in the morning, and marching, trying to get the search engine giant to look at their town.
The internet these days is crucial to be in the world, to be a part of the world, and to be connected to your community.
Google ultimately went with Kansas City, Missouri, which left Paul on a mission to get funding to lay out fiber optic networks for gigabit service. Over the next several years, he would attend conferences and pitch venture capitalists and apply for grants to make his vision come to life.
One of the biggest roadblocks to building infrastructure for the internet here in the United States are the existing large providers. They have their land staked out. They would prefer that nobody come in and compete against them. In 2013, we applied for a grant. We went down and met with the commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. It was an arduous process to get funded, but we finally did against all odds. We got a $16 million grant, and then we went out to seek venture capital.
Then, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit the world.
Everybody got locked down, and everybody came home, and everybody started using the internet. And I remember seeing on one of the local fixed wireless providers' websites, they've said, hey, we know you're all staying home, but please don't use too much video, and please don't use too much bandwidth. And I thought, that doesn't work.
The U.S. connectivity gap is far greater compared to countries that are considered its peers economically. Some developing nations actually have better internet than rural America, like in Kenya, which has a state-of-the-art fiber optic network fed in from their coastline. The American connectivity gap does largely affect rural areas that are either outside of service coverage or simply prohibitively expensive. This is Rebecca. She and her family moved to Nevada County just a couple miles down the road from David. They took for granted that high-speed internet would just exist in the area, and it's not something they even bothered to check on before buying their house. Turns out, all they got was dial-up.
We wanted to move where we had a little more space, room for the kids to run around, just be out in the mountains a little bit more. Having come from a bigger city area where Wi-Fi is pretty readily available, we hadn't really considered that in our purchasing of the house, whether that would be an option or not. When school started, and now that we are remote learning with our children and we're doing everything from home, we didn't have the option to do that at our house. So every day when school would start, we'd have to pack the kids up and we'd go to my in-laws' home. They have a little cabin up in this area that does have Wi-Fi already.
Rebecca's situation is the norm in rural America.
According to data from the Federal Communications Commission, just 4% of urban Americans lack access to broadband internet. That's compared to almost 40% of people who live in rural areas. But while that was the case, there were also racial and socioeconomic divides in terms of who had that access. In addition to that geographic difference, low-income African American students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that's shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to expand service to these rural communities.
This is how Xfinity makes life simple, easy, awesome.
So in our area, we have a small imprint of Comcast, but they're not going to go out to the more rural areas. It's just not cost effective for them to do it as a large company.
In order to lay fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits. And so the fewer customers you have, in any square mile and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out from a purely economic standpoint.
AT&T released a statement on the matter, expressing the need and desire for government assistance to fund fiber optic expansion to areas deemed unprofitable. Comcast released a similar statement encouraging more public-private collaboration on this effort. Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough flexibility on how to use these funds. The COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress in March and signed by President Donald Trump awarded $43.3 million to 51 projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, to connect with your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also your ability as a small business, operating in the town of Nevada City or wherever it may be to, quickly upload your payroll documents or something onto the cloud, or to quickly, swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business functions and mechanics that I think people in big cities really take for granted, and that are just going to be a much bigger challenge for small business owners in rural areas.
Historically, the marginalized people, you call them as untouchables or Dalits, they have been kept away from the center of the knowledge. Once you are born into a caste, it is very difficult for you to grow beyond that. You are stuck in that identity. I think education is the best way of liberating them. So that's how I chose to work in education sector. The kind of education that we are giving to the marginalized people is going to change not just the fate of these communities in Telangana, but it is going to be the source of inspiration, source of hope for all the marginalized in this country.
Greatest flight in India is the system of caste.
For generations of Indians, the social code known as the caste system has defined how people earn a living and whom they marry. Although outlawed 7 decades ago, castes remain a significant factor in deciding everything, from family ties and cultural traditions to educational and economic opportunities. Dalits, people who are on the lowest rung of the caste system, constitute almost 1/5 of India's population of 1.3 billion. Not able to afford the high tuition of private schools, many are forced to attend government-funded institutions, which in the past have suffered from poor infrastructure, lower education standards, and high student-to-teacher ratios. But Dr. Praveen Kumar is trying to change that.
I am currently working as head of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Schools. So totally above 400 schools I manage. These are all residential schools for the students who are historically marginalized but talented and then poor.
My friend also
Of them, 60% are girls and then 40% are boys, because girls are more marginalized among the marginalized. Their voices are always suppressed. My approach to improve the conditions in the schools has been put your eyes and ears on the ground always. Talk to the parents, talk to the teachers, talk to the students, stay in the schools and then understand their problems, their challenges, both in classrooms and then the corridors and the dorms. Then go to the dining halls and see what kind of food they are eating, and then go to their homes and then what kind of food they are getting and what kind of challenges the parents have. One of the important changes that I brought in after I took over was to complete the transformation of mother tongue to English medium, because English medium, as I said, English is the language of emancipation. A language that connects you to the whole body of knowledge in the world. So we had to train a lot of teachers.
Refer to the dictionary also, okay, and find out the new meanings. As well as you're going to describe about. Hey, Ruchita, how are you? Hi, Sindhu. Fine, thank you. And how about you? I'm fine too. It's been a long time.
Identity is extremely important. There is a scientific evidence to prove that your sense of identity is extremely crucial to your growth as a successful human being in your life. If you accept an identity which is very humiliating, which reminds you of very painful past, I think that identity will not help you to grow. I'm not saying that you should forget your past. I'm not saying that, but that should not be the bubble in which you must live always. Sweros is an alternative identity. S stands for state, W stands for welfare, Aero, SW and then Aero is Swero. So the idea is your dreams have to be skybound. So that is what we are trying to achieve by changing the identities. Like, you say, I'm a Swero and I aim to be a doctor. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top-notch engineer. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top bureaucrat of this country. I'm a Swero, I want to be a very good actor or a musician in this world. So these are the positive images that are associated with identity. Just to give an example to you, in 2012, in our institution, we used to produce about 6 doctors per year. But because of our, this self-liberating ideology of spheroism, we have, this year, we have produced about 189 doctors. This is phenomenal for any poorest of the poor people. You know how difficult it is to get into medical colleges in this country. So, but today, because of this ideology, the students have been able to achieve this, feat. Pujita has been a farm laborer, and her parents themselves are agricultural laborers. And then this girl used to sell vegetables, but thanks to the residential education institutions, she came to the Gaulidodi campus, and then she toiled very hard for 1 year, despite many problems. And today, I'm so happy to share with you that she has joined one of the prestigious medical colleges in the state of Telangana, Usmania Medical College, and then in future, she hopes to be a gynecologist. So this is the journey our children are hoping for. Similarly, the Mount Everest expedition. At Mount Everest expedition, we are very fortunate enough to place the youngest ever female in the history of this world on the peak of Mount Everest. How did this happen? It's all because of an ideology that helps you to liberate yourself. We got a lot of extracurricular activities, and most of them got institutionalized now. So, for example, music. Similarly, the games. We have so many coaching academy. We have boxing academy, we have wrestling academy, we have handball academy. So we have, kabaddi, the traditional Indian sport. We have golf. We have introduced the golf also. Like golf is generally played by so-called rich people, but today even poorest of the poor people also are being trained in golf in our schools. Wow. So our intention has been to give all 360 degrees, type of opportunities to the students, so that whoever is interested in whatever activity, they can go and then do it. Break the barriers, break the fence, at least mentally, because poor people have been programmed to be victims, programmed to be subjugated, programmed to be on the margins, always, programmed to feel inferior. We wanted to change all that. There are certain games which are exclusive to rich people. There are certain languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, the sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
Their stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university, and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were in those days I'm talking about. So the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand, and then again try to excel in academics day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park, and inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the garden city feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park, and a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. We have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well, and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like, any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one, and that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark, and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel?
1, you need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're gonna make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are gonna seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. 1, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ads at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per 1,000. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's a reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording, you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges, or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You got to make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. My first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi, maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while, and I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the like profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So, don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。当然，你看了，你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G. And it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice: nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference. It causes different psychology, and live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。
不管是我们的这个用户的接受度，还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高。但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破的。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the years through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of like losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers. The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from like Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. The king would be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce. And he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
没有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to, show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him there's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things, but you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. and they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top-tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows. And we see like P&G have their own sales room, which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers. And it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式，会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaxi's numbers or Via's numbers, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. There will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
You could imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
The sea is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland. But that hasn't stopped others from trying.
Companies are focused on testing projects out at sea, proving their durability, trying to raise capital and bring down cost. The sector hasn't really converged around one single technology design, and companies are kind of undecided about which design works best.
Finland-based AW Energy is a veteran in the sector. The first proof of concept of the company's device was made in the 90s after diver Rauno Koivusaari observed the strong back-and-forth movement of a hatch cover in a shipwreck in the Baltic Sea.
The waves are generated far from the coastline, so the wind blows on the surface of the water, causing the water particles to rotate. And that rotation extends deep down below the surface, and the waves can be very long. They can be several hundred meters long. And as they come into the near shore, this rotational energy turns into an elliptical energy, and eventually backwards and forwards, as you probably noticed if you've been swimming on the seashore in large waves, you're pulled in and out. That's the energy that we're extracting. There's a sweet spot where we deploy, so around 10 to 15 meters of water depth. That's where there's still strong wave energy coming in.
After years of research, prototyping and testing, the company has deployed Wave Roller, a 350 kilowatt device in the waters off Portugal. Wave Roller has an 18-meter wide and 10-meter high steel panel fixed to the seabed via a floatable foundation. The panel moves back and forth with the waves, capturing the energy.
It's submerged in the depth of 15 meters, so it's protected from the extreme waves. We generate electricity by capturing the movement with hydraulic circuitry in a machine room underneath the surface. That hydraulic energy we turn to electricity with hydraulic accumulators and hydraulic motors, and also a generator.
The Wave Roller has survived large waves at sea for over a year and delivered electricity via an underwater cable to the grid in Portugal. Meanwhile, the company has won a €2.5 million grant to work on an upgraded version of the Wave Roller, aiming to increase the electricity generation capacity to 1 megawatt. The upscaled device would have a bigger panel, 2 power takeoff units, and improved software to control the energy production.
We have taken into use a wave prediction algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of waves are coming into our device. That gives us few seconds to prepare for capturing more energy, and the difference in that is significant.
Our future plans are to deliver technology around the world. So I'm hoping we can be working on delivering technology to projects in Asia and also in the American continent as well.
Meanwhile, Israeli company Eco Wave Power is taking a different approach to capturing the power of the ocean. For the company's founder, Inna Braverman, developing new sources of renewable energy is a personal mission.
I was born in Ukraine in 1986, and 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, causing the largest in history nuclear disaster. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of such explosion. I had a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. Luckily, my mother, a nurse, approached my crib on time and gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which saved my life. I got a second chance in life and decided to do something good with it.
Growing up, Inna wanted to be a politician to positively change the world. After working as a translator at a renewable energy company, she decided to change paths.
Solar and wind energy were fully commercialized. There were a lot of amazing technologies implemented everywhere. I saw that wave energy, although it's an immense source of electricity, the biggest companies in the world are trying to develop wave energy with no success. And there was kind of a race going on in the world of who is the company that is going to develop a viable wave energy solution first.
In 2011, the then 24-year-old Inna co-founded EcoWave Power. Instead of installing devices offshore, the company's devices are attached to existing breakwaters, jetties, and piers.
Our technology is very cost efficient, especially in comparison to the offshore technologies, because we don't need any ships, divers, underwater mooring or cables. We install on existing man-made structures, and all our expensive equipment, the generator, the hydraulic conversion unit, the automation, is located on land just like a regular power station. This is the EcoWave Power conversion unit that has been operating in Jaffa Port since 2014 until 2020. Here you can see how the technology works. Basically, the floaters are going up and down and pushing the hydro cylinders, which transmit biodegradable fluid into land-located accumulators. A pressure is being built. The higher the waves, the higher the pressure, which is used to turn the hydro motor, which is turning the generators. The whole system is controlled by a smart automation system, which you can see right here. And in case of upcoming storms, the system automatically raises the floater above the water level and keeps them in the upward position until the storm passes.
The company has been operating a 100-kilowatt grid-connected device in Gibraltar since 2016, which is enough to power 100 households. Currently, Inna and her team are working on another 100-kilowatt project at the port of Jaffa in Tel Aviv.
The project will be also the first time in the history of Israel that wave energy will officially connect to the electrical grid. And our goal going forward is to expand it to all suitable breakwaters in the city of Tel Aviv and to supply a significant part of the city's electricity needs.
Today, engineers and entrepreneurs are still trying to crack wave energy. Globally, only a few hundred kilowatts of wave energy are deployed, compared with gigawatts of offshore wind. But the field has come a long way in recent years, and with the right engineering solutions, this new power source could eventually become competitive with more mature renewables like solar and wind.
I would have a lot more confidence in the success of wave energy companies today as opposed to like 20 years ago. But in the next few years, or maybe the next couple of decades, it will be more likely to be used in remote locations like islands that are otherwise dependent on expensive diesel power, or out at sea on gas decommissioning rigs, or for powering underwater autonomous vehicles.
So definitely, wave energy can compete with other renewable energy sources, but I personally believe that this is not a competition. In order to have a 100% renewable energy friendly world, we need all renewable energy sources to work together.
Who are all these people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you act for Nissan. I mean, it's corrupt. The system is...
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Pasi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared me. You scared my children. I worked in Nissan for 16 years.
So Rav Pasi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn. And he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Pasi. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, you know, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government, there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting, and he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way, it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo prosecutor's office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Passi was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
It's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian. Hello, Mr. Hadi. And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harinada was somebody who actually recruited me into the company, so I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harinada had a plea deal with the Tokyo prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harinada had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Passi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point, we reported into him. You know, at the time, everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because me, members of my team, were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon. I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered for me the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos, of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the GOAN Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up, and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who'd spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which, again, I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? You know, this isn't a car company. This is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rav Pasi didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Harinata is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think, he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
This is the awful truth. There's always someone in the family that's pushing it.
This lady does not deserve to be taken advantage of, especially at your age with your own grandchild.
Yeah.
My grandma is having to sue them. I'm testifying against them. Nobody's talking. They're one floor below right now. I get afraid to go on the elevator. It's sad that it had to devolve to this.
It's like a soap opera to me.
It's a very sad thing.
It's a family feud.
A family feud.
Here's a family that, on paper, you would think has the wealth that so many people seek, yet at the end of the day, it seemed to sort of rip everybody apart. My name's Tom Schoenberg. I'm a senior reporter here at Bloomberg News, cover financial enforcement. I was approached by someone close to the Schottenstein family and asked whether or not I would be interested in writing about Beverly Schottenstein and this case that she had against J.P. Morgan. And it was immediately clear that there was a great story here to be told. So I started just, assembling all sorts of documents that the family made available to me. That included a diary that Beverly had begun writing when she started having suspicions about what was actually going on with her money. Beverly obtained her wealth from the Schottenstein kind of retail empire that has at times included Big Lots, Value City, American Eagle Outfitters, DSW Shoes. Beverly's husband died, and at which point they sold off their portion of the company, bringing them an enormous amount of wealth at around 1990. Estimates of her wealth were around $90 million. She, for many years, had that pool of money being managed by outside advisors. Her grandsons in the late 2000s had both graduated and were becoming financial advisors. She gave them a little bit to work with, and over time, her grandson, Evan, became the trustee of her entire estate. Managing sort of family money is not a conflict. In fact, some ways in wealth management, it's kind of how you get your start. It's kind of the seed that you need to sort of get going in the business. But Beverly started having suspicions that something was wrong probably in around 2016.
Well, there were suspicious things, but taken separately without everyone talking about their own experiences, it was hard to really put it together.
She had written a check to her caretaker, Dawn, that bounced. So she went down to her local Chase branch to sort of find out what was going on. She wasn't getting paper statements in the mail, so she asked them to print out a number of her statements having to do with her checking account and her credit card account.
So we went to the bank and asked for the statements. And she got a whole year and going through all of them, page by page by page.
And it was there she saw all sorts of charges that she said she didn't authorize or didn't know about.
I was becoming very, very suspicious. I was starting to look in the money part, and that's what bothered me more when I saw that money was going. And I was not a big spender.
Around the same time, Dawn, she starts noticing Beverly's son, who lived in the condominium below her, came up with Evan with a shredder and started grabbing papers in her office area, including some with J.P. Morgan letterhead, and just started sitting at the kitchen table just shredding documents over and over.
Yeah, they came in one morning.
They used to do it in the back.
Through the back door, and they brought the shredder inside. And then they went in the drawers in the office and took out all the papers, and they started doing it. I was very suspicious because I know you don't go around and destroying papers.
Beverly said that they had done this many times before.
That's when she said to me, Dawn, I'm going to write my feelings in this black book.
Diary.
And it's a diary, and she started writing. Each day she would write a little at a time.
Around the holidays of 2018, a package had arrived, a FedEx package, and in it were materials about a venture capital fund based out of the Cayman Islands. Dawn and some other family members take a look at this, and they see that Beverly is signed up for this fund to the tune of $5 million over the course of several years.
And that was really the beginning of it. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg when it became obvious that something was going on, that my grandmother really wasn't aware of this fund.
You know, Beverly started to panic. She got really upset and called, J.P. Morgan's headquarters in New York and asked for Jamie Dimon. She said she was told someone would call her back, but she says that never happened. She wrote a letter to Evan and Avi, and in there she laid out a number of things that were concerning her: unauthorized trading, the checking account. She had about $1 million worth of jewelry in a safe deposit box, and that her son Bobby had the key to that box, and that jewelry had gone missing. All this was kind of packaged in this, 5-page handwritten amendment to a will and trust.
There's such an evolving narrative about why the jewelry was taken. The only truth we really know is that the jewelry is gone. But why it happened, there have been a lot of different stories.
You just don't take your mother's wonderful things and hand it out.
And they emailed that note to J.P. Morgan to seize all activity on her account.
And it ended up setting off a firestorm after that. As soon as they got this email that there was a cease and desist and that she wanted to send her money and change brokerage firms, they were actually vacationing one floor below downstairs. They're there right now.
The next day, Beverly's in her place. The granddaughter's still in her place visiting. Dawn is there, and up comes Bobby kind of barging through the door. And he's screaming about what was sent to the J.P. Morgan. They're now investigating them. And he's furious, takes his mother and sort of puts her into a chair, gets pen and paper, and she says physically forced her to write a retraction letter.
They were pushing me around.
It was a scary time. I was really afraid, too.
I had to take her to the doctor, and she did an x-ray because she was in so much pain.
The locks had to be changed. The phone number had to be changed. I really thought we were going to have to hire guards to be outside just for protection.
Oh, it was terrible.
Horrible scene.
Beverly brought her case before the Financial Industry Regulatory Authorities, usually known as FINRA. It took several months of hearings. She sees all sorts of transactions that's going on, hundreds of them that she claims that she never knew about, never authorized, but yet were logged in J.P. Morgan's files as having been direct requests from her. That included the sale of a large amount of Apple stock worth several $1 million, as well as all her stock in Big Lots. Over the course of their time with J.P. Morgan, Evan and Avi were making all sorts of trading on her account that was generating millions of dollars in commissions for themselves and the bank, yet she was not sort of getting any of the type of gains that you would expect sort of an $80 million account in a bullish market to be able to get. They issued a ruling entirely in her favor, finding that her grandsons, as well as J.P. Morgan, they were liable for violating their fiduciary duty, misrepresenting themselves, and they also found that the bank and her grandson, Evan, were liable for elder abuse. Evan and Avi, they were fired from J.P. Morgan. They issued an award of about $19 million. I reached out for comment, and J.P. Morgan emphasized that Evan and Avi were no longer with the firm and that their actions do not represent the sort of values of the bank. I reached out to Evan and Avi, heard back from their lawyer saying that, they disagree with the law and the facts that FINRA kind of used to decide the case against them and are seeing if they can have it withdrawn. Her son, Bobby, wrote her a letter, said his sons weren't criminals, and he also admits to taking her jewelry. And he says he needed it to pay off some bad business debts he had.
They never once came up to say, I'm sorry.
If there had been an apology and some acceptance, and asking for forgiveness. From my grandmother, I don't think we'd be in the position that we are now.
Since the piece came out, we've received dozens of messages from people, many of whom are telling their own sort of personal tales of, kind of financial advisors gone bad, or family members who got control of an estate and abused, those within. It seems that it's really resonated with a lot of people. I keep, hearing a lot of feedback about Beverly and how, a lot of people feel she did the right thing.
You're never too old to stand up for yourself and try to right an injustice. She was adamant that she wanted to stand up for herself, but at the end of the day, they did wrong.
It's a painful life lesson. Beverly taught them that you don't mess with grandma.
On April 20th, oil markets did something they never had before, and they crashed, went into negative territory and closed the day at minus $40. Meanwhile, in a place called Thaden Boyce in Essex, a group of 9 traders, led by a guy called Cuddles, made $660 million over the course of a couple of hours.
The price of oil has collapsed to a record low.
We've never really seen anything like it. WTI this morning down more than 35%.
People maybe wouldn't have been so surprised if the oil price had fallen to zero, but the oil price went to minus 38. It went far lower than anyone had expected. And so lots of people in the market were saying, well, hang on, something else is going on here.
A couple of months later, I started to get wind through a kind of network of sources that a tiny firm in the outskirts of London had made a huge amount of money that day and potentially had some part to play in what happened.
The information we got was that 9 traders at Vega Capital London had made in the region of $660 million in one day. As a group, I think they made as much money in one day as Apple makes from its international sales in one day. I mean, it's an insane sum of money.
Did they pull off a fantastic trade? Did they predict the way the market was moving and get it absolutely right? Or was there something else going on, and had they actually done something that breached market rules in a bid to sort of push the market? And that investigation is ongoing. So Paul Commins is a trader who cut his teeth in the pits in the 80s and 90s. When everyone had a nickname, his was Cuddles. If you can imagine, that was a very sort of cutthroat type of world where people are doing, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars trades by shouting at each other, giving hand signals, and then sort of scrawling on scraps of paper.
The culture of the trading pits in London was very influenced by the working class guys who became traders there. They weren't like the city bankers that had gone before them. They weren't usually Oxford or Cambridge. They didn't wear Savile Row suits. They were ordinary working guys who happened to have a talent for trading. And a lot of them came from Essex.
I think it was 400 traders in the pits, and Cuddles in his oil and gas pit was described to us as amongst the top 3 amongst that, was very successful and made very large amounts of money as a young man. But inevitably mechanization and the arrival of electronic markets was the kind of death knell for the pits, and in 2005 the IPE closed down.
And when the pits shut down, a lot of the traders who worked there lost their jobs or quit or went to work for financial institutions. But Paul Commins decided to start his own trading collective out in Essex.
Some of them are ex-pit guys, cut from the same cloth as him. Lots of them are actually sort of in their 20s, and they're his, drinking buddy's son, or they're his own kids' friends from football. They're young lads, hungry and ambitious, and he brings them into the fold. And fairly shortly, he's got, maybe a dozen or so traders that they're independent, let's be clear, but they're all part of this collective.
Yeah, I'll let Liam deal with Essex.
I am from Essex, so I feel like I'm free to, to get into this.
Sweet, as they say.
If you were to ask someone in Britain how they would imagine a kind of Essex person, they would see someone who's maybe slightly flamboyant, with a sort of Cockney accent, a sort of Guy Ritchie-style accent. Not afraid to splash the cash, but it's probably pretty bright and has done well for themselves.
Don't even make sense, does it?
But, these guys, they drove around very nice Rolls Royces and Bentleys. They went to places like Marbella on holiday.
Thaden Boyce is a very wealthy place. You have to have considerable income to be able to afford to live in that village. It's a really nice place to live, and it's 20 minutes tube ride away from the city.
Earlier in the summer, we have this lead, which is that there's this tiny firm called Vega Capital London, and they were the biggest winners from the biggest oil crash in history. Anyone that covers markets is going to be surprised about that. You're thinking your BPs of the world or your Glencores, but it's this tiny firm.
And one of the big challenges that we had was actually finding out who worked with Vega Capital. It wasn't immediately obvious, and at first we had absolutely no idea. If you go to the Vega Capital website, it says it's under construction. If you do basic online searching, it's very difficult to find anyone who's publicly connected to the company.
So inevitably, we're incredibly curious at this point. Like, who the hell are these people?
The more reporting we did, the more it became clear that this group were connected socially as well as professionally. They went to weddings together, they played golf together, they would go on holiday together. We found out that a number of them were members of the West Ham Supporters Club in London. A few of them started companies together, so you could see all the connections between them and start to see a distinct group emerging.
And it really just was this kind of shock that, this wasn't just like a hedge fund or a firm you'd never heard of. This was actually a group of buddies who all had the same experience on this day and had all made a huge amount of money. So if you're an oil trader, there's a number of different ways you can trade, and probably the most popular is WTI futures contracts.
And it's basically a contract that says, I'm going to buy 1,000 barrels of oil from you at this point in the future, or I'm going to sell 1,000 barrels of oil to you at this point in the future.
It's actually just a financial contract to gamble on to predict whether oil is going to go up or down.
On the 20th of April in Essex, there had been signals for a while that this was going to be an exceptional day in oil markets. And we know that some of them arose early and started their trading in the early hours of the morning while it was still dark outside.
Essentially what they were doing is buying contracts that gave them an obligation to buy oil at whatever the price ended up at 2:30 p.m. So they're basically placing a bet that oil was going to fall throughout the day.
But they're simultaneously selling lots of oil as well. And whether they make a profit and how much profit they make is the difference between what they buy the oil for and what they sell the oil for. Now, of course, we now know throughout April 20th, the price dropped and dropped.
So this is going very well for them. They are committed to selling oil at these prices, and the prices are continuing to fall, which means they're going to be able to offset it and buy oil at cheaper at the end of the day. Now, once it gets to kind of 1:30, 2 p.m., that's when things start to get really interesting. Suddenly there's a kind of influx of buyers and sellers, as desperation increases in the market and trading volumes go up. Now at 2:08 p.m. exactly, something bizarre and unprecedented happened, which is that oil passes into negative territory.
And it fell to a record level of minus $38.
We've never seen anything like it, period, in terms of the contraction of the global economy.
That huge gulf between what they were buying the oil for and what they were selling it for enabled them to make more money than they ever thought possible.
So their profit was the difference between minus 37 and all of these positive numbers on every contract they sold.
The price of crude briefly hit minus $37 a barrel. For one group of traders operating from a small office, it was a very, very profitable day.
It's important to remember this had never happened before in the history of oil trading. No one could have predicted it.
I can't think of another example of where you enter a trade and you get paid on both sides. You get paid both to sell and to buy. It's unthinkable.
One thing we know about the Cuddles Trading Arcade is that they were very comfortable taking large risks. And, you have to be clear, this was a large risk.
Yeah, we spoke to oil traders, both people that know these guys and people that don't, and they all say that this is, incredibly risky.
And that's actually what stops a lot of oil traders doing trading like this. They simply aren't willing to stomach the risk. But Cuddles and his friends were.
So when the kind of final calculations came down, the group of the 9 most profitable traders made $660 million or thereabouts between them. I mean, if you can imagine, I think 3 or 4 of them made in excess of 100 million each.
One of the astonishing things about this trade is that 2 of the individuals who made more than $100 million in a single day were in their 20s. One of them was 22 years old. Only a few years earlier, he'd been posting on his social media about doing teenage stuff with his mates in town and going to see girls and rap music. And here he is a few years later making $100 million in a single day's trading. When me and Liam discovered that, we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Oil trading is a zero-sum game. Anytime you're making money as an oil trader, someone else is losing it.
Amongst the biggest losers were the investors in this Chinese fund, Crude Oil Treasure Fund. There were thousands of them, and they lost everything.
Lots of people had put their savings into oil funds. They lost money that day. Big banks and brokers who sort of stand in the middle of trading parties, they lost money that day.
And another interesting thing is that oil-producing countries like Kuwait or Canada, they sell oil as an average of the WTI closing price over the preceding month. So the fact that one of those numbers in that average was minus 37 meant, if you can imagine, countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait potentially lost a couple of dollars on every single barrel of oil they sold that month.
Vega Capital's traders made such an extraordinary sum of money that it was inevitable there would be some scrutiny of what they did. But it wasn't just the sums of money they made. In the vital half an hour before the settlement price was set, they were by far the biggest sellers of oil futures in the market, which is an incredible thing to think about when you consider that the other participants in that oil market are going to be the world's biggest banks, oil majors, BP and Shell, and here you have a group of 9 guys in Essex who are having this significant influence over a global market for oil.
I mean, I think you have to assume that if these guys had made $7 million or $10 million, they probably would be celebrating in Essex right now. But the fact that they made closer to $700 million has meant that they are facing understandable scrutiny.
We wrote individually to all the Vega traders who did exceptionally well that day, and we got a letter in response from a law firm representing the group. And the law firm was at pains to point out, number one, that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, that they all traded independently and separately, and they'd basically all made up their own minds that this was what was going to happen in oil markets based on publicly available knowledge, and decided to execute this trade.
What I love about these stories is there's a real variance of opinion, and some people will look at what happened and think that must be dodgy. They all traded at the end of the day. They all made a huge amount of money while all these people lost. That's shocking. But lots of people say these guys are at acute disadvantage. They're in a market that's inhabited by, huge technology-driven funds and firms and oil giants that have got all the advantages in the world, and when you get a bunch of Essex geezers who essentially beat the market and find a way to make a huge amount of money, they should get a pat on the back, really, because that's the dream. Since this happened, a lot of the guys have stopped trading the monthly settlements that they'd done so well at in the past. Several of them have set up new companies. They've essentially gone very quiet. Any kind of social media presence they had is kind of closed down. By all accounts, they're, waiting this out.
It's certainly too early to try and predict how the regulatory investigations are going to pan out. We just don't know. There's a number of potential outcomes for these guys. Potential punishments if there are any findings of manipulation against Vega or anyone affiliated with it might be you could be fined, you could be banned from trading, and in the most extreme cases there have even been criminal prosecutions in the past of people who have been found to have been manipulating the settlement and misconduct related to trade at settlement. There are other outcomes too. One obvious one is going to be that they're able to walk away from this life-changing trade with all the money that they made and celebrated as heroes in the trading community. That they'll go down as legends.
It's very important, given the nature of the climate crisis right now, for the general public to have an understanding of what progress is or is not actually happening. And I think many readers right now, they'll see these hundreds and hundreds of companies making these big, bold climate claims. And they would be forgiven to think that we're well on our way to meeting the emission reduction trajectory we need to be on. And the reality of the matter is we're just not on that trajectory. And a key reason for this sort of disconnect is the use of offsets that aren't doing what they claim to be doing.
We have a massive potential for sort of willful blindness. We can convince ourselves of things regardless of what the facts are. And so that's what tends to happen in these cases. It's not that anybody is setting out to commit climate fraud. They sort of walk themselves into a situation and they convince themselves of one thing, and that allows them to convince themselves of another thing. But at the end of the day, they're doing something that makes no sense at all.
My name is Ben Elgin. I wrote the story about how the billion-dollar market for carbon offsets is setting back the fight against climate change. So one of the challenges in reporting on carbon offsets and trying to figure out what's going on is really finding good experts who have been steeped in this marketplace and are willing to candidly talk about it. One of the best people for this is a fellow named Mark Trexler, and I've been talking to him for more than a decade.
My name is Mark Trexler. I've worked in climate change for the last 30 years. I was actually hired by the World Resources Institute in Washington to work on the first carbon offset project in 1988. In terms of defining a carbon offset, one of the beauties, so to speak, of greenhouse gases, sort of the silver lining of greenhouse gases, when you put up a molecule of CO2 into the atmosphere, it can be anywhere in the planet in 7 days. And therefore, if there's an option to reduce emissions on the other side of the planet, and you can do that very cheaply as compared to doing it in your factory, for example, then why not pay that person, that factory on the other side of the planet to reduce their emissions? Then you are, in a sense, offsetting your emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't really see your emissions anymore.
So carbon offsets have been around for quite some time, and they were actually key with these international climate agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated the wealthiest countries reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
The treaty was signed on the 11th of December, 1997.
Decided. The business community in general saw carbon offsets as a huge opportunity to comply with whatever policies and measures might be coming down the pike on climate change much more cost effectively.
We've seen a huge surge in companies making big proclamations about how they're going carbon neutral or zeroing out all of their carbon emissions.
We're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero.
Unilever is committing to net zero emissions.
We can achieve a net zero emissions world.
We began looking at these corporate claims of dramatically reduced emissions, and we noticed so many of these companies were using carbon offsets to achieve these aims. And as we began to look at the carbon offset projects themselves, what we found is that the environmental benefits claimed by these companies are not actually what they seem to be. And as we sort of saw and spotted a number of these very aggressive carbon offset projects, which appeared to be generating inflated credits or bogus credits, we saw a number of them were associated with the Nature Conservancy. This surprised us. The Nature Conservancy is the world's biggest environmental group. They have about $1 billion a year in revenues, and they've been around for 7 decades. They've preserved about 125 million acres of land, and they've done so many good works over the years, and they've been very strong in terms of working with corporate partners. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach, a very pragmatic and pro-business approach. They will not go out and criticize a big polluter, but they're very happy to work with them. Some might say that, well, that's selling out, but others would say, and those at the Nature Conservancy would say, these companies have deep pockets. They can help fund important preservation work, and we have absolutely no problem working with them on this stuff. So companies are very warm, and they've partnered with the Nature Conservancy for many years. And yeah, it definitely lends a sheen of credibility to these projects.
Here's 20 new reasons to visit Disney World this year. 1, 2,
if you look at, for instance, Disney, that's a sprawling company with theme parks and cruise lines that burn up diesel fuel. They have office buildings and television studios that consume electricity. So these companies are trying to make major reductions in their carbon footprints, but it's very difficult to change these fundamental ways their businesses operate. So Disney has been a big buyer of carbon offsets that are orchestrated by the Nature Conservancy. One of the projects that they buy from is called Pennsylvania Ridges. And that's a plot of land. Most of the land is actually about a 3-hour drive outside of Philadelphia. Interestingly, this land, 3,000 of these acres, was actually acquired by the Nature Conservancy in the late 1990s. This land was imminently threatened. There was a pending logging contract on this land. So they do what they've done so well for all of these years, which is they go out, they raise money from local philanthropists, and they go buy this land to protect it from developers and loggers. And at the time, according to an archived version of the Nature Conservancy's website, when they were proudly announcing this deal, they said, these threats have been abated because of this acquisition by the Nature Conservancy. So it's really interesting now, fast forward 2 decades to earlier this year when they put forward this carbon project. And if you look through it, this land is a key part of that carbon project. And what they're now saying is this land is now, once again, imminently threatened. 72% of the trees are going to be cut within 5 years. Now, this is just astounding because this land is owned by the Nature Conservancy. They do not clear-cut land that they've bought through philanthropic donations. So this scenario that they've put forward to get carbon revenues is not really plausible. And what that means is when you have Disney coming in and buying these credits, when it eventually lowers its carbon footprint because of these credits, well, that won't be a credible or truthful claim by Disney. So this is an organization that truly understands the threat of the issue of climate change and is wanting to do its part to address this. However, in this situation, it just appears their drive, which they've had for decades, to increase the amount of revenues that it can use for land preservation work, Nature Conservancy and many others see that the carbon credits as a pot of money that they can tap into to further their own benevolent aims. But unfortunately, what this has resulted in is claims of climate progress that just aren't really happening. So the Nature Conservancy defends vigorously these deals, and they and others will say, look, our projects are just following the rules that these registries set up. So some would also put some of the blame on the registries themselves because they're setting up the rules which allow these vapid projects to get up and sold. So we've reached out to all of the companies we mentioned in this story, including Disney. They didn't want to be interviewed for this story, but they all told us that, look, we have to rely on the experts out there, and those experts, they say, are these carbon registries that have been set up. Most of these Nature Conservancy deals are set up and sold on this exchange. It's called the American Carbon Registry. Now, it's the oldest of these registries that allow voluntary carbon credits to be sold. They've been around since 1996. What these offset registries do is they set up rules, and any carbon offset project has to follow those rules. But there's this tension that's always there. If the rules are too strict, then it's going to be very hard for carbon offset projects to get up and running. So there's this balance going on where the registries want rules that attract projects, but they don't want it to be so strict where it will disincentivize projects from getting listed.
One of the challenges with designing carbon offset systems is that there are normally two people at the table. You have buyers and you have sellers. And to some extent, you have policymakers, but you know, the buyers and the sellers are really the ones with the expertise, with the incentive to really participate hard, make a lot of things happen. And the challenge there is that both of them sort of want the same thing, or they're both happy with the same thing. They're happy with low-cost offsets and a lot of them, because that works for their business model. You end up, though, with nobody really representing the atmosphere, so to speak. Nobody's really representing the climate in those discussions. And so the policies end up biasing the whole system. And you end up in sort of a race to the bottom. And that's what we've seen happen. You know, when it comes specifically to the topic of carbon offsets, you know, I am a fan of carbon offsets in the sense that they can help mitigate climate change. They absolutely can. But, you know, if we're not going to do it correctly in a way that actually does help mitigate climate change, then it's nothing but a distraction. And, you know, after 30 years, you have to start wondering, is it really just a distraction? And that's really unfortunate, but that's where we are. Ultimately, what needs to happen is systemic change. You know, we're sort of nibbling around the edges with some of these different things. We need to change how we produce energy. We need to change how we transport ourselves. We need to change what and how we eat. You know, we need systemic change associated with transitioning to a low carbon economy. A lot of what we're doing today is not promoting systemic change. It's sort of trying to stick your thumb in the dike to preserve the current system. And at the end of the day, that can't really work.
the Hyperloop. There's a good chance you've heard the name by now.
This is the Hyperloop system. It can take people hundreds of miles in minutes.
The Hyperloop, a series of tubes that would transport people in pods at ultra-high speeds over long distances.
It's a remarkable new form of transportation that can whisk people from city to city in a flash.
29 minutes from New York to D.C., 30 minutes from L.A. to San Francisco.
For years, we've been seeing these futuristic, utopian renderings of some cross between a spaceship and a monorail. But lately, the Hyperloop is becoming much more real.
Yes. It was surreal to be even sitting inside a Hyperloop, and just even more incredible to actually be like riding down a track in something that was nothing more than a crazy idea 6 years before.
Companies all around the world have been developing and testing the technology needed to propel passengers at speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for many, speed is only the first step to unlocking the full transformational effects of a new mode of transportation.
Fast is what we just sort of take for granted in the Hyperloop world. It's the network effects that really deliver the benefit. And that opens up a completely different scale of economic opportunity.
We've got planes, trains, automobiles, and boats for getting around Earth. But what if there was a fifth mode? And I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
The Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, yeah.
In 2013, while riding high on the growing success of Tesla and SpaceX, entrepreneur Elon Musk released a white paper outlining the basic framework of the technology he called Hyperloop. The basic idea goes a little something like this. A tube reduces the air pressure to a near vacuum-like environment. A Hyperloop pod is then suspended in the tube, usually by magnetic levitation. The whole pod can then be propelled forward. Because there's no traditional friction sources like air resistance or rolling friction that would push back against the pod, the Hyperloop is able to move at incredibly high speeds and do so fairly efficiently. Despite its futuristic name, however, the general concept behind Hyperloop is actually pretty old. In fact, New York City's first attempt at an underground public transit system in the 1870s was based on a similar principle. The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching one block and topping out at a rather leisurely 10 miles per hour. While Elon would make some 21st century improvements to this concept and bestow a very 21st century name, he wouldn't end up pursuing the technology itself, instead electing to focus his efforts on something a little bit deeper, literally digging the requisite tunnels via his boring company. It would take another billionaire industrialist who dabbles in spaceflight. No, wait, not that one. Yeah, that's the one. After Richard Branson would make a large investment in the company Hyperloop One, it would be renamed to Virgin Hyperloop.
What we've always been trying to do as a company is show that this technology could work, that it could be made safe, and that ultimately it's something that's happening in the next couple of years, not the next 20 years.
Josh Geigel is the co-founder and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. In a familiar tech startup story, he's seen the project go from a garage to a large-scale testing facility outside of Las Vegas.
So we started building the first kind of Hyperloop system in 2016. We've done a lot of work, about 500 tests that we've done on that over the last 5 years. And what we realized that we need to do is take that technology, show that it can be commercial, so drive the cost down, improve the efficiency, improve the performance. But the key thing is actually making it approachable and safe for individuals.
In order to do that, Josh, along with Virgin's head of passenger experience, Sarah Lucian, bravely volunteered to take the inaugural ride.
What her and I were realizing is we're the first two people sitting in a Hyperloop. The only type of people that have gone through this environment are in spacesuits, and there we are in just normal clothes because of the system, the safety of what we've designed.
3, 2, 1, launch.
And then once we started going, you felt a bit of acceleration. We accelerated a little bit harder than we would in commercial, be like a sports car. Yes. We got to about 108 miles an hour on that test. And it's a short run, it's about 500 yards or so, and came to a stop.
The test, lasting only about 20 seconds and covering only a quarter of a mile at just over 100 miles per hour, is a long way away from a true functioning Hyperloop. But as for optics, it's a crucial step for the future of funding.
The number one question we got from investors or from project proponents or just people in general was like, is a Hyperloop safe? And what better way to show something is safe than by actually getting people on it?
But convincing investors and governments that would likely be fronting some of the construction costs for an unproven technology is no easy task. First and foremost is the question of safety.
Most people don't know how an airplane works, but yet they get on an airplane. They get on an airplane because, it's faster than driving. And most importantly, they've probably gotten off of one before. They've seen someone get off of one before. And so what we set out to do was actually show that Hyperloop could be safe with two normal people, not astronauts, not adrenaline junkies or test pilots or anything like that. Two normal people getting on a Hyperloop, and then most importantly, those two people getting off.
But beyond safety concerns, constructing Hyperloops will undoubtedly require a significant capital investment to the estimated tune of around $60 million per kilometer of track. So a track from San Francisco to Los Angeles, for example, is likely to come with a price tag over $10 billion. And before large governments are willing to come in and front those costs, investors who are funding Hyperloop development must accept it as a long-term mixture of technology and infrastructure investing.
Investors that are used to short returns because you're developing apps or something to that effect, those aren't the investors that really get excited about Hyperloop. What you start to see is the people that are looking at platform technologies, right? So this idea that because the smartphone existed, Uber could exist, right? So who are like the Vanderbilts of this century? And that's the part where you're going to get a lot more no's than yeses. But those people that have the ability, the fortitude to stick it out, to see the game-changing platform here, those are the people that we're looking for. And since we've done that passenger test, there has been a lot of interest that's really, this is a lot sooner than I thought.
Envisioning the ripple effects of what Hyperloop could achieve, though, is fairly challenging at this stage of development. It's fast, yes, but for point-to-point travel, traditional maglev trains can move pretty fast as well. And outside of China, South Korea, and Japan, even those haven't seen much adoption elsewhere due to the high costs and questionable profitability. The Shanghai line in China, for example, loses around $100 million every year. Hyperloop companies, however, believe they can offer something different than traditional railway lines.
My name's Alan James, and as far as I know, I'm the only guy on the planet who's written a government-level business case for 300 kmh conventional high-speed rail, 500 kmh maglev, and 1,000 kmh Hyperloop. It's fundamentally about moving people from where they are to where they want to go, when they want to make those journeys, and doing it in much smaller numbers. So pod designs for Hyperloop range from 12 to 28 seats, typically. Why are they small? It's because small enables the network to operate flexibly. And a great example of that is the east-west strategic route across the north of England, from Liverpool to Manchester to Leeds. So to get from Liverpool via Manchester to Leeds by train is just short of 2 hours today. It'll probably take you 2 hours driving as well in average traffic conditions. Net result is those three city regions remain three separate entities: Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. There's very little commuting traffic between those urban areas. Hyperloop absolutely changes that from the ground up. Liverpool to Manchester is a 5 or 6 minute journey. Manchester to Leeds is also a 5 or 6 minute journey. What that effectively does is create a single supercity economy.
In this vision, the Hyperloop acts a little more like a highway, where pods have fixed destinations and don't need to stop along the way. Meaning you can travel on a Hyperloop network from, say, Liverpool to Leeds, while the pod behind you travels from Liverpool to Manchester. And if that metro Hyperloop network is connected to other networks from the same location, you could travel from Liverpool to Paris or Liverpool to Amsterdam, all without making a single stop.
For passengers, for business, for leisure, that is utterly transformational. For high-value freight and logistics, it's equally transformational. But critically, if you do a Hyperloop network at scale, you begin to deliver massively significant carbon savings too.
A multi-regional Hyperloop network could become a replacement for both short-haul passenger and cargo flights and traditional ground transportation, both of which are significant carbon producers.
One Hyperloop-connected distribution hub, perhaps at an airport that is predominantly used for international air freight, replacing maybe 10, 12, 15 distributed road hubs. It takes a lot of polluting and inefficient truck haulage off the roads. That itself means roads gain extra capacity.
Hyperloops will still need to use electricity to both move pods and maintain the near-vacuum environment in the tube. Proponents of the technology believe that this can be done by using renewable sources, including a combination of solar panels and battery technology that could be used along the Hyperloop itself. But even with all multipliers of time and carbon emission savings that a Hyperloop network may provide, the investment capital required to actually build such a network becomes even more economically and politically daunting.
Committing doesn't mean spending billions on day one. Committing means, how do we phase it?
One company in the Netherlands is working to develop that technology, and perhaps more importantly, the international coalition needed to make the Hyperloop network a reality.
So we are here in Europe's first full-scale Hyperloop test facility, where we can already prove every conceptual technology of the Hyperloop.
This is Tim Houter, a co-founder and CEO of Hart Hyperloop, headquartered in the city of Delft. And while this testing tube might not seem as large as others, inside is a key technology to create the on- and off-ramp type infrastructure of a Hyperloop network. That is, a lane switch.
That's something we can already test here. You can actually see it here, that the track is diverging from one track into two. That makes it possible to eventually split up the Hyperloop track in two sections. And in that sense, you can create a complete Hyperloop network. That in the end will make it possible to travel, for example, over a whole continent. Take Europe, for example, with the same ease as you can now travel with a metro in a city.
The nice thing about this magnetic levitation system that we've developed is that there's absolutely zero moving components in the track. So for example, if you have to do a lane switch, all you do is that the tube basically splits up, and statically the tracks also split up. And whenever the vehicle enters a switch, it either pulls itself to the right with its magnets, or it pulls itself to the left with its magnets.
Lane switching on traditional rail requires the physical movement of the rail. Even modern magnetic levitation tracks use lane switching techniques in order to transfer trains from one track to another.
And this is a very crucial element, because this is the thing that limits the capacity and, in the end, the usefulness of the rail network. Because the moment that a track is switching, that means that at that moment you are creating an unsafe environment for the trains behind it. So you need a lot of space between trains. But in a Hyperloop, because you have no moving components in the track, all the vehicles can be much closer to each other. You can achieve a very high frequency and basically have your vehicles moving and merging in and out of the network very much like a highway.
For now, though, Hart's physical testing has been limited by the size of their tube. Because the test track is only 30 meters long, they haven't tested this lane switch at speeds greater than 20 kilometers per hour. However, the company is working to build a new test site where it plans to increase that testing speed to 300 kilometers per hour.
We're now in a phase where we have proven most of the most important technologies in the test facilities that we already have. And we have also demonstrated the viability and the feasibility of a network. If you look at all the subsystems that it consists of, most of those are proven systems, already demonstrated in lab conditions. So we don't really believe that the technology itself is going to be the biggest challenge.
Because for all Hyperloop companies out there, actually building a Hyperloop system requires more than just a good product.
We're talking about the safety aspects, we're talking about integration into the environment, we're talking about the social aspects. Do people feel comfortable traveling in such a system? So it's about all these different aspects, and the complexity is really getting all the different stakeholders that are relevant and that do need to contribute to bring this to market, to get them all following the same roadmap.
In order to help build this coalition of private and public interest in Hyperloop development, HART in 2018 partnered with other Hyperloop companies from Europe and Canada. The goal was to define, establish, and standardize the framework to regulate Hyperloop systems.
Right now we are working with all the Hyperloop developers together in setting up the first, let's say, structure for starting the standards drafting.
One of the most important goals for HART is interoperability, which is essentially making sure that different systems can communicate with each other.
Interoperability is so important because what we want to achieve is actually have this seamless travel experience. So you don't want to end up, for example, going from Madrid to Paris and then switching because you need to use a different technology to get, for example, to Amsterdam.
The idea being that as companies around Europe create the first commercial Hyperloop tracks between individual cities, one day those can all be connected to a larger network.
Everyone that believes that Hyperloop is a future transport system also realizes that there is a need to have this network because that's where Hyperloop thrives.
Hyperloop is such a huge project. It's definitely not something that you can do on your own or as a single company. So you need to do it with a lot of other companies. You need to have the governments. And I think in that sense, the biggest challenge that we've encountered is to really get all the required parties together to take the steps in development and in commercial implementation.
HART's next plan is to build the European Hyperloop Center, an open testing facility which will include a 2.6-kilometer test track. And the company hopes to test travel speeds there at up to 700 kilometers per hour. Virgin Hyperloop is also racing to construct the first commercial Hyperloop route, with projects in various states of development in India, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Recently, the company announced plans to build a Hyperloop certification center in West Virginia, which will include a 6-mile-long test track. Proving the technology here will be crucial if Hyperloop networks can find a home among infrastructure investments that the Biden administration hopes to make.
The idea that there's multiple Hyperloop companies, I think, is a redeeming aspect in the business. People really want to see something happen, so having multiple people move forward is good for that.
I was struck when Josh and Sarah rode the pod. 2 or 3 of the major outlets used the phrase, "We now have a new mode of transport." And although all of that technology had existed before those 2 human beings rode it, it was the moment at which those 2 human beings traveled that short distance down the tube that in popular imagination, Hyperloop became a mode of transport.
The metaphor I use with my team is that, the Wright brothers were first, but none of us fly on Wright Brothers Airlines anymore. If you don't continue to innovate, you're not going to be around, and so we'll continue to be at the forefront of building Hyperloop.
Back in 2013, Elon had an idea I think the difference now in 2021 is some brilliant engineers have spent real time grinding out the details. And I thoroughly expect the next 3 to 5 years to be decisive.
This week, how hydrogen can transform our energy usage. We'll look at why the universe's most abundant element could be a game changer in the climate revolution.
Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space, on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes.
From iron ore to green hydrogen, one of Australia's richest men tells us about his pivot to sustainable energy.
Let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable. Let's do it now.
Plus, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utilities firm Snam about his new book and how green hydrogen could be competitive within 5 years.
Costs are coming down and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors.
From Bloomberg's global headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. It's a new year, so here at Bloomberg Green, we're highlighting new solutions in the fight against climate change. And one of those is as old as the universe itself, hydrogen. It's the simplest element around, but could well be a game changer when it comes to turning around our dependence on fossil fuels. Today, hydrogen is used in the chemicals industry to produce petroleum products. It's also starting to be used in steel production, an industry under a lot of pressure to decarbonize. But it has far more uses as well, from powering cars to heating our homes. And Bloomberg New Energy Finance sees a seismic shift in the sector in the next 10 years as green hydrogen squeezes out dirtier alternatives. So-called gray hydrogen dominates today. But as renewable electricity gets cheaper and more accessible, so will green hydrogen. In this week's edition of Bloomberg Green, we'll explore what this push into hydrogen means for tackling climate change. We'll hear from Australian billionaire Twiggy Forrest about his pivot from iron ore to hydrogen. And we'll also speak with the CEO of Italian utility company Snam about his book, The Hydrogen Revolution. But first, what are we using hydrogen for? And why does it actually matter? Christine Lee Edwards explains.
Hydrogen, the most plentiful element in the universe.
On Earth, we find it mostly bonded to oxygen in the form of water, or in other gases known as hydrocarbons. Hydrogen gas, H2, burns hot and clean, making it an attractive tool in the race to net zero. But isolating hydrogen from other elements is no easy task. Today, the cheapest way to do this is via chemical processes that break up natural gas. This releases a lot of carbon dioxide. Another method is to use electricity to split water molecules in a process called electrolysis. Although there is no carbon byproduct, a lot of electricity is needed. And if this power comes from burning coal or gas, it negates the zero emissions goals of using hydrogen to begin with. Hydrogen produced in this way, powered by fossil fuels, is called gray hydrogen. If carbon capture and storage is used together with fossil fuels, then it becomes blue hydrogen. If nuclear power is used, it's called pink. And finally, green hydrogen is when it's produced via electrolysis and powered from renewable sources. This method is considered emissions-free. It's predicted that by the early 2030s, H2 made from renewables will be cheaper than that made from fossil fuels. But that hinges on the cost of electrolysis declining, which will be achieved through larger projects and an expansion of manufacturing. To be clear, vast amounts of H2 are already used today. Global production in 2018 totaled 117 million metric tons. This hydrogen is mostly used for its chemical properties, not as a source of energy, and very little of it is clean. Some sectors like steel could start using hydrogen for these chemical properties, replacing coal. Industries like cement and glass may also use hydrogen as a source of heat. Another advantage is its energy storage potential. It can be stored over long periods of time and used when more power needs to be added to the grid. It also could hold an advantage over batteries in heavy transport and shipping. The promise of hydrogen for energy has been around since at least 1874, when Jules Verne wrote about it in his book, The Mysterious Island. But the future of hydrogen will depend on policy. Countries with net zero targets, carbon pricing, and hydrogen strategies with investment mechanisms are likely to see the highest H2 demand.
That was Bloomberg's Christine Lee Edwards explaining what hydrogen means for the energy transition. But how are businesses approaching the sector? Well, one of Australia's richest men is making a big play into hydrogen. Andrew Forrest, better known as Twiggy, made his fortune from iron ore, being the chairman, former CEO, and major shareholder in Fortescue Metals, one of the world's biggest miners. But after having made over $10 billion in profit from the metal in the last fiscal year, Twiggy wants to transform Fortescue into a clean energy company. He's been scouring the planet in search of investment opportunities in hydrogen and renewables. The firm plans to allocate up to 10% of its annual profits for green energy investments and is exploring projects across the globe, from Indonesia to Argentina. Francine Lacqua caught up with Twiggy Forrest.
There's only one type of clean hydrogen, all the rest is dirty.
Yeah.
That is green. If you just say green hydrogen is clean, the rest is dirty, then you've actually nailed it. And, you know, anyone else who produces any other rubbish, any other argument, just look them there and say, why is global warming accelerating if anything you're saying is true? And then you'll know, actually, it's greenwashing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of greenwashing because I keep on being told it's a transition. We can't just, make the transition at a click of a finger. So what are we doing wrong? What can we do better?
I don't remember the personal computer having to transition the typewriter. I really don't remember that. I don't remember the smartphone having to transition the pocket calculator and the old landline. You know, its transition line is complete rubbish. The lie got put to it 2 days ago when JCB, a really loved British company, every right for the country to be part of JCB, and Fortescue, holding a bit of a similar reputation, fantastic track record, everyone's done super well from Fortescue, huge balance sheet, super strong. When those two companies got together and agreed a $79 billion US agreement per annum, right, then that's a real wake-up call to say, hang on, green hydrogen is obviously commercial now. You know, every other form of fossil fuel hydrogen, you know, it can compete with it on price, it can probably lose on price, but what we know, it is cooking the planet. And only green hydrogen zero methane, zero carbon in the supply chain. Don't worry about the molecules in the supply chain.
But at the moment, we're not even phasing out coal, if you look at the G20 communique. So we have a long way to go to talk about only using green hydrogen.
Yeah, so look, I have a call, which I'd like to make now, that the world should not fund any more coal-fired power stations, coal mining projects, ever. We should wind them down as quickly as possible because they are cooking the planet just like grey and blue hydrogen is cooking the planet.
Yeah.
You know, hydrogen, which is not made from renewable electricity, is releasing 10 to 16 times more carbon, let alone the methane, which is worse, than it is hydrogen. So we've just got to stop doing things which are self-harming under the guise of greenwashing.
So why are leaders so slow? Even if you look at the appetite for ESG investments, they're growing exponentially, so are emissions. So where are we allocating capital?
Okay, so take the recent G20. There's probably a reason why there wasn't strong action coming out of the G20 because people were not aware that major transactions between large companies were taking place now on green hydrogen, that actually this pollution-free all the way through the supply chain fuel was now being transacted at multi-billion-dollar scale. If they'd known that, I don't believe any sovereign leader or any energy minister or climate change minister could not take ultra seriously that green hydrogen is now here to stay. It's broken through. History has been made. It will never go back.
Okay, what is the one thing that you would tell leaders today and business leaders? How do we transition faster than what we are now because we're at real risk of missing our targets?
Oh, so that's really simple. You stop funding, you stop subsidizing, you stop using money into fossil fuels. It could be carbon sequestration, it could be fuel rebates, could be anything. Hundreds of billions of dollars getting ashed while we ash the planet on fossil fuel subsidies. Because we haven't had that renewable electricity, we haven't had that green hydrogen, it's kind of been pushed down. It's all sorts of excuses. Oh, it'll never be commercial, it'll never be supplied in the quantities we need it, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now we know, let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable, let's do it now.
Okay, if we do it now, is there going to be a shock to the energy system? Is there going to be a shock actually to economically? And is it worth, you know, not talking about transition, just going from A to B?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. A to B is the solution. Let fossil fuels do what fossil fuels do. Just burn their coal, burn their oil, burn the gas. At least they're pumping up carbon and methane into the atmosphere, honestly. Well, not that honest because they don't measure methane, which is 90 times worse than carbon. But at least the carbon is being done honestly. Encourage the green hydrogen sector to come in really fast. Okay, it's there. There's renewable power all over the world. We now know how to make electrolyzers much cheaper, like 25% of the original cost. We know how to do that now. We don't have an excuse to get into it.
Does it need to be cheaper than oil and fossil fuel for it to be viable worldwide?
Well, right now it is. Okay, so let's just swallow that bit of financial data. Right now it is cheaper, and it's getting more cheap. It's the only fuel you know of which is declining in value.
You don't have enough of it, right, to power the world.
Ah, yes. That's only because we haven't had policies to support it. If we had policies to support it 5-10 years ago, it would be everywhere. You'd see the global warming budget start to come down. Now, we've got 5 or 10 years to make a huge difference. I need policy leaders all over the world to appreciate now, okay, big business is transacting with green hydrogen in multi-billion-dollar agreements. We now know it's here and it's here to stay. Let's spread it everywhere.
Coming up on the program, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utility firm Snam about his new book and why he thinks green hydrogen will be competitive in just 5 years. Plus, how are airlines working to become more sustainable? We'll look at how Airbus plans to step up in the climate fight. This is Bloomberg Green. Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lines, and this is Bloomberg Green. What will the world look like in 2050? Will global temperatures have stabilized, electric vehicles be abundant, and solar and wind power homes around the world? According to Marco Alvera, the CEO of Italian energy company Snam, that vision of the future could be a reality. And he says that hydrogen will pave its way. As he tells it in his new book, The Hydrogen Revolution, Alvera's moment of reckoning came in November 2018 when he tasked the Snam Scenarios team with studying how Europe could reduce its CO2 emissions to zero by 2050. Looking through the results of the study, Alvera said he was struck by how much hydrogen was in Europe's energy mix by that year. Beyond the abundance of hydrogen, the Snam model also predicted that it would be the cheapest form of decarbonized energy for many sectors, and that it could be cheaper than today's prices for oil, coal, and nuclear power. Our Maria Tadeo spoke with Alvera at COP26.
It's happening all very fast. We see the cost of hydrogen coming down a lot. Hydrogen will play a big role in the energy mix. I don't know if it's going to be 15 or 25% of a fully decarbonized energy system, but it's going to be big. Costs are coming down, and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors, the so-called hard-to-abate sectors.
And you say it's the only way and the costs are coming down. Where do you see prices moving? Because a lot of the reticence at times has to do with the pricing, that some argue, well, it's still not the cheapest option out of the market.
So when I was first working in hydrogen in 2004, it was costing $1,000 per megawatt hour. 2010, 600. Today, 100, and we see it going down to 50 in 5 years' time, and to going down to $25 per megawatt hour in the next 10 years or so, which is a quarter of where it is today. That's really because renewable energy, and we're talking green hydrogen here, renewable energy costs are falling, but the cost of making the electrolyzer, which is the kit that you use to convert solar or wind energy and water into hydrogen, the cost of this kit is falling a lot because it doesn't really exist on an industrial scale. So as we build up capacity, we industrialize it, we standardize it, and we squeeze costs out. That's really the cost trajectory.
And for that, of course, you need demand, however, for governments and also institutions to kind of buy into this idea that it is the future and we want to invest and create infrastructure. What are they telling you? When you speak to governments, when you speak to officials, are they keen on this?
They're very keen. So the Department of Energy shares our view in the States of getting to below $1 a kilo, which is $25 a megawatt hour. The European Union has a hydrogen strategy, which is very clear, and several member states have the same. Chile wants to export a lot of hydrogen. China's big on hydrogen. Australia is very big on hydrogen. Japan is blending already hydrogen. So I would say the world is now really focused on this because it's the only way to store energy for a long period of time economically is to convert it into either a liquid or a gas.
And of course, you talk about the price, but the other big component is the volume. You know, how big can you go? Where do you see that on a time scale?
So wherever it's sunny or windy, you can produce very cheap hydrogen eventually. And so compared to oil and gas, which are concentrated in few parts of the world, it's going to be very democratic from that point of view. So every sunny place, every desert, every ocean wind can be turned into hydrogen that we can put on ships, in pipes, and really start trading it around the world. So it's going to happen a lot faster than a lot of people think.
So, and when you say a lot faster, what is that in time?
As I said, $50, which is essentially oil parity within 5 years. And then, depending on how quickly we ramp it up after that, we could get to $25, which is coal parity before the end of the decade.
And in big scale.
In big scale, because once you get to coal parity, that's the only way we're going to get China and India to stop burning new coal. We have businesses in China and in India, and I see a lot of hydrogen development, a lot of renewable development in both countries. The India announcement was incredibly strong on 2030. Some people were upset about the 2017 net zero deadline, but when it comes to 30, he announced a big, big commitment to get to 50% renewables.
Were you surprised by it?
I was surprised that they would make it so explicit, and even the net zero is a big thing for them. And so I think it will happen faster than 2070 because of the falling cost of renewable and hydrogen. India's burning 80 gigawatt of oil, of diesel, to keep the lights on. So there's an immediate opportunity there, and we're very interested in working in that country.
And with regards to China, perhaps the fact that we haven't really seen them active, I guess the diplomats are working on this, but we haven't really seen the leadership.
It's going to be technology, it's going to be industry. I think China has committed to a net zero, which is very important. At the G20, China was clearly behind the 1.5 degrees. So I think a lot has been achieved between the G20 and COP. And I think what's really important is to see in the coming years how quick it's in our hands to make part of this happen in 5 years, or it could otherwise happen in 15, 20 years. It's about building the project. The capital is there. We saw how many trillions of dollars are already committed. What's missing is really the projects, and that's where companies like us step in.
Marco Alvera, CEO of SNAM there, speaking with our Maria Tadeo. Let's turn now to the aviation industry. It's a big contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's under pressure to change that. In October, the International Air Transport Association, a trade body representing airlines, approved a target of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. To achieve that, many airlines in the US and Europe are looking to buy sustainable aviation fuel made from renewable sources like used vegetable oil. Initiatives like these are pushing plane makers to come up with some radical new aircraft that will eventually cater to our growing appetite for travel without hurting the environment. We took a look at how Airbus, the world's #2 aircraft manufacturer, is stepping up to the challenge.
How long until we can fly emission-free? Airbus says it's more confident by the day it can be done by its 2035 target. Airbus's CEO spoke about its ambitions for hydrogen-powered planes at the company's summit in France.
The physics works. Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes. So every day we become more confident, but we think we need to have a plane, we need to have the right fuels, the hydrogen available in the right quantity at the right place at the right time, and we need the regulations to be ready. So we really need the work and the collaboration of many people around the globe to make it happen on time.
But it could be a long wait until green passenger jets go mainstream. Larger aircraft with more than 150 seats are not expected to feature globally until about 2050. That means manufacturers and airlines today are under growing pressure to ramp up short-term innovations to cut their carbon. In the long term, meeting the ambitious plans for so-called green hydrogen means building a giant industry almost from scratch. To make that happen, British airline EasyJet is among those saying governments need to get involved and fast. Aviation's emissions over the last 3 decades leading up to the pandemic grew by about 80% to over 1 gigaton, and that's projected to double by 2050. According to Bloomberg NEF, about half of the airlines with the largest global market share have set net zero targets by that same date, nearly 3 decades away.
Coming up, from blue sky projects to the bottom line. We'll speak with our Bloomberg NEF expert Meredith Annex and dig into their models about how hydrogen fits into the future energy mix. This is Bloomberg Green. Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. Now let's bring in Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist, to talk more about how hydrogen could change the energy landscape. So Meredith, what place do you think hydrogen is likely to have in the future energy mix globally?
Hydrogen's this incredible solution for us as we look to decarbonize because it's a perfect solution in areas that are hard to electrify. So where we like to think about hydrogen playing a role, it's in things like heavy industry, especially where you need a feedstock as well as energy source, and in things like dispatchable power, long-haul transport, maybe even shipping and aviation.
That sounds great that it can be used for such diverse industries. At the end of the day, though, how much is this going to cost?
Well, that's the amazing thing about hydrogen, because depending on how you make it, it can actually see significant cost declines in the future. So when we're talking about clean hydrogen, we usually mean green hydrogen produced from renewable electricity. And in that case, your hydrogen is almost as cheap as the renewables that are used to make it. So if you're in a place with really good renewable resources, you'll be able to have cheaper hydrogen. But even in places with less good resources, we think that hydrogen can be cheaper than $1 per kilogram, which is the price of unabated hydrogen today, and around $8 per million BTUs for those who prefer to think in energy units. And that can be achieved anywhere in the world by 2050, we believe.
All right, so let's talk about kind of the pros and cons list. I don't know where cost fits into that, but what are the advantages to hydrogen over other renewables, and then what are the drawbacks?
Yeah, main advantage is the fact that hydrogen can serve roles that electrons struggle with. And that's things like seasonal storage, for instance, or just anything where you need storability, where electrons are harder to store, hydrogen is going to be easier. That also leads to a downside, though, because hydrogen is less energy dense than the usual things that we use for storable energy today, like coal or oil or natural gas. So you will need more volume of storage to handle the same amount of energy.
Let's talk about the viability as well and how it may differ in different geographies. What is your view on that?
Yeah, so for green hydrogen, again, from renewable electricity, really places with the best renewable resources, things like Latin America or the Middle East, even Southern Europe, have really, really good potential for producing hydrogen. And then when you're looking at blue hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas or coal with carbon capture and storage, we do see that becoming more expensive than green hydrogen in the future, especially as renewable electricity costs come down. But that can be a viable option in places like the US Gulf Coast or Russia, where you've got good geological storage for the carbon, as well as ample natural gas that's quite cheap.
All right, great breakdown. Thank you so much to our Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist. And of course, you can get more from the Bloomberg NEF team on the terminal and online. And they've recently done a podcast called Hydrogen 101 as part of its Switched On series. So from iron ore titans pivoting to cleaner energy to talk of a hydrogen revolution, that's it from this week's edition of Bloomberg Green. We'll be back next week with a deep dive into the state of electric vehicles. And you can keep the conversation going by following us on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter @Climate. I'm Kaylee Lyons from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, and this is Bloomberg Green.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Banks leading the way higher today. The stock market snapping back at the end of a dizzying week as traders reduce their bets on a bigger Federal Reserve rate hike in July while parsing a raft of Wall Street earnings and hoping for signs of capitulation that could set the stage for a more sustained recovery. Claudia Sahm is Director of Macroeconomic Research at the Jane Family Institute. She says we are in very different economic times.
It is absolutely unusual to have a recession and to see activity, to see GDP contracting for two quarters straight, and at the same time have low unemployment and massive job gains. So we might have what I've heard called a jobful recession. This is not usual.
The University of Michigan reports its Consumer Sentiment Index bounced back this month after setting a record low in June, and retail sales advanced in June, posting the strongest gain in 4 months. The S&P is up now by 61 points. That is a gain of 1.6%. Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 552, up 1.8%. NASDAQ up 172 points, up 1.5%. We are trading close to session highs. The 10-year yield, 2.92%. The 2-year yield, 3.13%. Spot gold, $17.05 the ounce. Gold is down 0.3% today. West Texas Intermediate crude oil rallying 2.1% right now, $97.83 for a barrel of WTI. Bank earnings front and center. Right now, Citigroup shares are surging 13.9% after this morning's report. Wells Fargo also rallying after earnings. Wells Fargo up now by 6.4%. Recapping, the S&P's up 61, up 1.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
TGIF, everyone.
Oh,
it is
yeah.
Friday. Yes.
Stock market's saying that.
Wow, those Bastille Day parties. Whew, I'm still recovering.
You, every day's a holiday. when you're doing what you love.
I do love what we do together, so much so. It is Friday, July 15, 2022, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We are streaming on YouTube, and gosh, some optimism in the equity trade.
Yeah, could it be, Carol, that investors are settling into an aggressive Fed rate tightening cycle as long as it's not too aggressive? 175, I think it's more 75 now is what the vibe is.
Not too hot, not too cold, it's like Goldilocks Fed moves,
right,
something like that. All right, we're going to get more on that in just a moment. We've got another round of big bank earnings, and we've got another report that shows consumers we're all out spending.
And one view on why inflation is even worse if you measure it properly. And Carol, ESPN Plus, it's about to get quite a bit more expensive.
Ka-ching, ka-ching. Plus the tale of a $500 billion mega project gone wrong. Talk about expensive.
And the founder and CEO of Montage International on Lux Travel. We're traveling around the world this afternoon.
I need to get out there. First up, though, let's get to the Market Drivers Report. Let's set your Business Week agenda on, it is Friday, everybody. Kriti Gupta, markets correspondent at Bloomberg in our Interactive Brokers studio. Vince Signorella, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. He's on the phone in White Plains, New York. So let's start with you, Kriti. Optimism, big banks. They reported yesterday. That was a bummer. Today, some others report, and we're pretty excited.
Well, okay, so the bank story, I'm going to do something a little contrarian here. I'm going to split it apart from the rest of the market story because I think the market story is more eco-driven today, at least when it comes to the stock market. The idea here that you got a pretty blockbuster retail sales number.
Right.
Essentially, people are still spending. They're probably grumbling about it. They're saying it costs a lot, but they are still spending. For example, I don't love looking at my grocery receipts, but I am still spending that money. So from that perspective, retail sales numbers actually do look really good. And then on top of that, the cherry on top is that you got UMich numbers that came out and said, well, the inflation expectations for the next 5 years are not as aggressive as people were expecting them to be. So essentially the idea that one, your main growth driver, which is consumer spending, well, that's not going away. And then your growth dampener, I suppose, is the other option, which is your inflation. That perhaps is a little bit. Does it change the entire fundamental picture? Not necessarily, but it was good enough for people to buy into today's trade. The financial
Still
story,
pointing to stagnating growth, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. But given, I think, the slew of bad news that we've seen, this is, I think, a reason to buy, even if it doesn't change the fundamental story.
I'll take your economic news, and I'm just going to point out
Yeah.
the top performing group, major industry group in the S&P 500 is the financials.
And I think it is worth bearing, but look at what Citi did. Citi is gaining on this massive trading beat. They blew JP Morgan out of the water yesterday. Wells Fargo also talked about pain in their mortgage unit from those rate hikes. No surprise there, but they're up because they're saying we're going to keep those buybacks. Why wouldn't you buy if your company says we're going to have buybacks? That's taking up the entire financial sector with it.
All right, Vince Signorella, come on in. How do you see it all?
That was a sigh, Vince. That was a Friday sigh.
He's like, kids, I want you to sit down. I'm going to tell you a story.
Vince is like, that's cute, Grady. Next. Go ahead.
So the numbers were better than expected, but I rain on the parade, and I agree with Critty. The market is overlooking some bad news. If you take the retail sales and adjust for inflation, the higher prices, basically, the volume of goods sold basically slowed, and it's tanking. It's slightly better than last month, but it's still way down. And when you look at the UMISH numbers, under the hood, you get another bit of bad news in that the measure of future expectations is the lowest since 1980.
Okay.
So sales are leveling off. They're not going up as high as people think. Expectations are still a little muddy. And right now, according to a Bloomberg survey, the odds of a recession are basically 50-50. It's a coin toss. I would probably argue there's a good chance we're already in a recession. Now, the good news about that is the Fed's going to be putting on the brakes something crazy come like no later than September.
I feel like I'm in Rio, and I'm the god
Wait a second. Hold on, Carol. Did you hear what Vince just said? Did you hear what Vince just said? The Fed putting on the brakes no later than September.
And I think we have a strong rally into the year end.
Wait, September of 2022, Vince?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we see rate hikes stop in September. Absolutely the latest.
Oh my!
It's not too early to start thinking either about the Fed having to cut at some point, right?
Well, I think, with the Fed wanting to get to about 3%, 2 more rate hikes get you there.
Yeah.
Okay. We're above their target rate, and we're at neutral. So why the heck should they raise any more?
Vince, what makes you say we're in a recession right now? And given that we're seeing just the unemployment market, the employment market so hot right now.
Jobs are a lagging indicator. I think job market hasn't caught up yet to where the market has slowed. So we'll see that 6 months, maybe even a year from now, because this job market is a little goofy given what went on with the pandemic. But I see. So when I looked at revolving credit the other day, and I see sales, revolving credit's through the roof, and the savings rate for consumers is cratered. So basically, people are spending on credit cards and they're not paying those credit cards. It's probably why you saw a rally in MasterCard yesterday. So how much longer can consumers add to credit card debt? Eventually, it's going to have to stop. And we're not getting the wage increases to compensate for higher inflation. So you see a number like today in retail sales where it looks like a beat when really it isn't.
Wait.
And that, I think, is going to continue.
I think Creedy might want to throw some shade your way. Do you?
Tim was just asking me.
I'm like, Creedy, do you agree with this? Like, this is like seriously dire.
No, you got to put it on air.
Worried.
Skip the chat.
Well, to be fair, Vince is not alone in this camp. So, there have been calls for this as well. As far as jobs being a lagging indicator, they are. He's 100% right about that. Also, keep in mind, though, when you're talking about rate cuts, you're not talking about cuts by the same margin that you're hiking at, right? We're talking about 75, 100 basis point hikes here, followed by
which are extremely out of the ordinary.
They are, but I mean, look at this. The inflation numbers are parallel to 1981. I think was the superlative that we saw on Wednesday. In 1981, you had 38 rate hikes of 100 basis points. So this is not out of the normal for the kind of inflation that we're seeing. That being said, when you're talking about rate cuts, no one is calling for a 100 basis point rate cut, like a repeat, for example, of what we saw in March of 2020, where they immediately brought it back down to zero. Those rate cuts would be closer and smaller in size, 25 basis points. So I don't think it's going to be perhaps as extreme, recession or not. And also,
I don't think
the Fed
so
has
either.
made it very clear that even in a recession, inflation is still the target.
Yeah, the Fed has been very clear about this is what we're going after. Oh, guys, I wish we had so much more time. Have a great weekend. So glad we got to talk to both of you. Vince Signorella, Global Macro Strategist. Check him out at SQUA Go on your launch pad on the Bloomberg. Kriti Gupta, Markets Correspondent at Bloomberg.
To DC we go. Nancy Lyons for World and National News. Hey there, Nance.
Thanks.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is in Saudi Arabia now and offered a restrained fist bump to Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman upon his arrival. The White House says Biden is now participating in a working session with Saudi leaders in which he's expected to press for increased oil production. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern says it's unlikely, though, the Saudis will commit to that.
What could potentially happen, what we saw at the last OPEC meeting, is an olive branch, and potentially the Saudis will take the U.S. president's concerns on board and talk to the other members of the cartel and potentially start to boost some of that production.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern traveling with the president. An abortion rights bill is headed to the Senate after passage by the House today. Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced the tally.
The yeas are 219. The nays are 210. The bill is passed.
The Democratic bill aims to codify or lock in abortion rights nationwide. The House also approved a related bill ensuring access to abortions across state lines. For the first time in 2 decades, House Democrats are moving forward on an assault weapons ban. Next week, the House Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing on a bill to ban the sale and manufacture of certain semi-automatic weapons. Bloomberg's Emily Wilkins reports it's not clear, though, whether this bill will ever reach the House floor.
There might not be enough votes to get it to pass. There are a number of Democrats who are from pretty conservative areas and have said that they do not support an assault weapons ban.
Bloomberg Government's Emily Wilkins. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Very different. Hello, everybody.
We are just talking about, we're talking about the 1980s and rate hikes.
Well, and very different from the environment we have today. And I mean, there's been some writing about, could we have a recession with still a decent labor market? Or could we see the Fed continuing to raise rates in a recession? You know what I mean? Like, because they have said and laid out their mission is about getting inflation down.
Vince Signorella brought up the probability of a downturn over the next 12 months, according to a new survey of Bloomberg Economists. It's up to 50%.
Yeah.
That's high, but I think bigger than that, Carol, is it's up from 30% in June and 20% in March.
But doesn't that give you a little bit of, forgive me, everyone, because I don't want to see anybody lose their job or times get tougher, but it's tough right now for all of us who are trying to, pay with deal with these higher prices. But the sooner we get to a recession, the sooner we get through it, the sooner we get to the other side. And I would argue that we are still dealing with what the heck is our economy post-pandemic and what is our economy post unprecedented U.S. stimulus, global stimulus that impacted both corporations as well as, Joe and Jane on Main Street.
Well, let's talk about the connection between Main Street and Wall Street, specifically Wall Street right now, Carol, because among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal is a story that's about Wall Street deal-making drop has bankers feeling the heat when it comes to job cuts.
Yeah, equity capital markets jobs seen most at risk after deals sink. ECM activity has plummeted since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So after firms bulked up with expensive hires during the frenetic pandemic period when M&A and mergers and stock offerings, all of it took off, equity capital markets desks are bracing for a wave of job cuts amid a collapse in deal flow. This is according to folks familiar with the matter at banks on both sides of the Atlantic. M&A and leveraged finance jobs are also at risk. It's not happening, so we don't need these people.
Well, look what happened with mortgages just a few months ago. So executives across a wide range of firms, including Bank of America, Citigroup, UBS, have held early discussions on whether they're overstaffed for the activity expected over the next year, said the people who asked not to be identified.
I keep thinking of Jan Hatzius and his statement that says the jobs market data isn't really showing it, that anecdotally we keep hearing from different companies, and here we are, the banks potentially, cutting back either on hiring or maybe even letting folks go. We're going to talk more about banks.
events, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got banks leading gains after equities halted a 5-day slide. S&P right now close to session highs, up 64 points, up by about 1.7%. The Dow up 590, up 1.9%. NASDAQ is up 171, up by about 1.5%. 10 years up 9/30 seconds, 10-year yield 2.92%. The 2-year 3.13%. Spot gold down 0.3%, 17.04 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude is rallying 1.8%, 97.56 for a barrel of WTI. After earnings, Citigroup shares up now by 14.1%. Wells Fargo after earnings up 6.8%. Recapping, the S&P's up 64, up 1.7%, 10-year yield 2.92%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Well, she walked into our studio and said what a difference a day makes. It is another day of big bank earnings. Citigroup, as we heard from Charlie, a blowout quarter, driven largely by that trading revenue. Also, Wells Fargo shares were up as the Fed's interest rate hikes helping widen lending margins. We have a great person to round it all up for us.
Allison Williams is a senior global banks analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us this afternoon from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Allison, let's start with Citi because it is the best performer on a percentage basis in the S&P 500, 14.5% today. What gives?
A solid quarter by Citi and positive operating leverage, which I think is something that investors have been wanting from Citigroup for years and years.
What's operating leverage? Talk to us about the significance of that.
Sure. So operating leverage is basically your revenue growth exceeds your expense growth, or if your revenue is pressured, that you can bring down costs more than that, so you can have positive growth in profit. And so, reserves are another thing that we're watching, but that's sort of separate from the issue. This is really the core profitability. And if you think about the two bright spots,
so they're running it really well, the business.
Correct. So revenue getting better and spending less to do that. And there's two macro things that are helping Citi. So they're one of the biggest in fixed income trading. Goldman is the other one in the U.S., by the way, and that
Get ready
has
for
really
Monday,
gotten
maybe.
a lift. And and they're more focused on that business. They have their equities business is much smaller, so that really sort of lifts their overall trading a lot. And then net interest income, where estimates on Citi, I think, were relatively bearish versus the other companies, and obviously that's a positive surprise for all the banks this quarter. And we do think that those two things continue to benefit Citi. The issue with Citi has been on the cost side of things, but this quarter really showing a nice positive trend.
It's remarkable to see. I mean, we're talking the best day in more than 2 years, since March of 2020. What were the big differences between the banks that reported today versus the banks that reported yesterday? As Carol said, when you came in, you said, what a difference a day makes.
So two things. One is, so I said, as Citigroup has relatively more exposure to fixed income, and they did really well in that business. Wells Fargo has relatively more exposure to, did I say fixed income?
Yeah.
And then Wells Fargo has more exposure to net interest income, and so they did better in that business. The other key thing this quarter is the buyback pause. So Citigroup, JP Morgan, and Bank of America all have hurdles going up following the Federal Reserve stress tests.
Mm-hmm.
JP Morgan said they're going to pause buybacks yesterday. Citigroup said the same thing today, but if you looked at where their capital ratio came in, there was a big upside surprise. So if their capital ratio coming in better means, yes, buybacks are paused, but perhaps they'll be able to kickstart those sooner. And again, it is, it's about expectations and it's about valuations. JP Morgan really has had a premium valuation, premium profitability across the group, whereas Citigroup's story is more one improving profitability and is the lowest tangible book value, price to tangible book value multiple across the group. So some of it might be expectations. And then the final thing I'll say is now we have 4 banks, right? So yesterday we got some negatives. You don't know how widespread they're going to be.
Yeah.
And I would say the positive thing from the group, aside from the revenue trends I talked about, was the consumer's healthy, the consumer's borrowing. That's also helping Citigroup. And reserve building is there, but it's controlled. And so I'd say it's sort of Goldilocks in terms of what you'd expect. They did add some because the environment's uncertain, but nothing to get alarmed about.
Help me with the reserve building, because I mean, they've got to do this, right? They are required by regulators, and this is kind of the offshoot, not kind of, right? Coming off the financial crisis. So is it not an exact science? So that's why sometimes they have to do more. Like, tell me how this works.
So the change that happened coincidentally around the time that the pandemic took hold was that banks have to look for the life of the loan.
Okay.
And so that adds a little bit more volatility to the number, right, than if you're just kind of, marking to market every day. So they have to look at the life of the loan and the different economic scenarios and then estimate what losses will be. So even if things are excellent today, which they are, very strong, that was actually a positive surprise in terms of the current trends, banks have to say, what is the probability of a recession next year? How severe will that be? And so if that probability is increasing or that severity is increasing, that it goes into the scenario and you would have a little bit of an increase.
So everybody's loan portfolio is a little bit different, right?
Everyone's portfolio is a little bit different, and everybody's economic assumptions could be a little bit different.
Okay, that makes sense.
I just want to talk about health of the consumer. And, the comments we heard yesterday from the CEOs of JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, they were pretty optimistic given what we were expecting and what I think a lot of people were sort of forecasting, to borrow from Jamie Dimon. How would you characterize what we heard from the CEOs today and executives just in the last minute that we have?
I would say confirming that the consumer is strong and healthy. Again, I think it's, investors are worried about, the later months, but, time will tell on that front. The one thing with Citigroup where there's a little bit of a difference is the card borrowing side of things. And so seeing a little bit more of that. Bank of America will also give us a look on Monday. Keep in mind that they are a big lender to the U.S. consumers and companies.
Goldman, what's your expectations? Just go about 20.
Trading strong, but those equities marks are going to be brutal. Think about a year ago, huge fees, huge equity investment income, and that's going to reverse.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they have to say. Thank you so much. Perfect roundup. Allison Williams, Senior Global Banks Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us here in our Interactive Broker studio. KBW Bank Index up almost 6%, was down 2% yesterday, but
that would
as
be
she
a good
said,
one to highlight at 3 o'clock.
Might I do that? Yes, I will. So get ready for a repeat. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic. Yes, it's Friday, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, so that CPI print we got this week, 9.1%. That felt pretty bad.
Yeah, worse since
Pretty
1981.
Yeah, pretty significant. Well, our own Justin Fox, who writes for Bloomberg Opinion, he says inflation, folks, even worse if you measure it properly. So
All right.
get ready.
Yeah, we're going to be talking to him in just a minute. First, let's get a check of what's going on with this trading day. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. What a week it's been, and we've got stocks holding on to gains. In fact, equity markets snapping back at the end of a dizzying week. Traders, though, reducing their bets on a bigger Fed rate hike in July while parsing a raft of Wall Street earnings and hoping for signs of capitulation that could set the stage for a more sustained recovery. Now, speaking of those earnings reports, this morning we heard from a couple of very big banks. Citigroup up now by 14.4%. Wells Fargo after earnings up by 6.6%. The S&P 500 index is rallying 63 points, up 1.7%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 584, up 1.9%. NASDAQ is up 169, up by 1.5%. The 10-year yield 2.92%. The 2-year yield 3.13%. Spot gold down 0.3%, 17.04 the ounce on gold, while crude is up 2%. West Texas Intermediate now 97.69 for a barrel of WTI. Well, as for earnings and the market outlook, Anastasia Amoroso is Chief Investment Officer at iCapital. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
What's really capping the upside on stocks here is the fact that $240 on the S&P 500 next 12-month earnings estimate, that's likely going to need to come down, because the reality in front of us today is to slow inflation, which is so stubbornly high, the Fed needs to slow demand, and the more inflation stays elevated, the more the Fed needs to slow down that demand. So that's kind of the negative, development that's playing out here.
And we've got more on the inflation story coming up with our Justin Fox in just a moment. Pinterest shares jumping after the Wall Street Journal reported that activist investor Elliott Management has acquired a stake in the struggling social media company. Right now, Pinterest shares are up by 16%. Recapping, S&P 500 index up 63, up 1.7%. 10-year yield 2.92%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, data points, or at least some of them that we've been highlighting, looking forward to all week. We got some of them today. It has to do with U.S. long-term inflation expectations dropping to a one-year low. University of Michigan 5-year price forecast at 2.8%, with overall consumer sentiment boosted as gas prices fell.
As Carol mentioned earlier, you probably remember Wednesday we got 9.1% when it comes to the latest reading of CPI. That was a year-over-year figure, and our next columnist has a bone to pick with how it's measured. Justin Fox is columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. Justin, why are we measuring inflation incorrectly?
I mean, I don't know that we're doing it incorrectly, but there are definitely different ways to do it, and you get a different view of it. With most monthly economic indicators, we talk about the change month to month, not how it compares with a year ago. And the reason we do it with inflation, we talk the 9.1% is how much higher prices were in June than 12 months before, is just that we think of inflation as an annual amount, and that's fine. Prices go up that much. But you can also just take the monthly change, which is also reported and gets talked about some, but doesn't get nearly as much attention because it's much smaller. It's 1.3% in June. You can take that and convert it into an annual number, which we do.
That's not pretty, though.
No, it's 17.1%.
Really bad.
It's very volatile, and that may not be that meaningful, but you can take core inflation, which is less volatile, without food and energy, which a lot of policymakers watch, not because food and energy don't matter, but because it's more predictive of future inflation. And when you do that, what's kind of interesting, with the annual figures, it's 5.9% and falling over the last few months. If you do it with the monthly figures annualized, it's 8.8% and rising. So it's not like the only truth, but it's actually a useful way, especially when it's as volatile as it's been now, because inflation was sort of receding last fall, and then it's come roaring back thanks to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and some other things. And that, you don't get that all that nuance when you're just looking at the annual numbers.
So help me out here, because I feel like we got some fairly smart people at the Fed and a lot of smart economists floating around, and we're, analyzing data points for years. Why is it that we don't, as you make this point, maybe focus more on what you're talking about versus the year over year?
I'm sure that there are people in the Fed who focus more on the monthly inflation numbers and know in their head how to convert it to the annual. And it's actually, when the number's not that big, you can just multiply by 12.
Yeah.
The correct way involves taking it to the 12th power and whatever, easy to do in Excel. So I don't think it's so much that the people who are deep into this at the Fed aren't totally aware of this. It's more that the discussion gets dominated by these somewhat out-of-date numbers. And right now, when I first was looking at this, it was like late last summer when the monthly numbers would have annualized monthly numbers made things look much better. And I'm kind of glad I didn't write a column about it then, because that would have been premature and kind of misleading.
Well, what does that tell you, though, that if you had done that then and it would have
it's
been
more
misleading?
volatile. It's more volatile, and and that can lead you astray. But I think it's pretty clear, like with GDP, if you look at what GDP would look like if you just took the annual change instead of the annualized quarterly change like we do, is you'd kind of always be a quarter or two late in noticing that there's a recession. And obviously we're looking at other indicators too, so again, the people who are really focused on this aren't missing it, but I think the public discussion misses out.
What about when it comes to measures of GDP?
Well, with GDP, if you do it right now, basically, if you do the annualized, we're still growing. If you do the annual numbers comparing with a year ago, it's still positive. And if you do the quarterly numbers and you annualize them, you get minus 1 point whatever in the first quarter. And I haven't even looked yet what the GDP now was for today, but I assume it's something negative. And there are issues about what that exactly tells us, because GDP is affected by the net exports and the trade deficit in ways that are kind of counterintuitive. But it's still pretty clear that you could, if you're just using the annual numbers, sometimes you'll get a recession like in the early 2000s, and it never shows up as negative GDP at all.
Just got about 30 seconds left here. So based on your column, you're thinking the Fed, do you think they're way behind? Just quickly.
The Fed are way behind. I don't think it's because they never look at monthly numbers. I think they were just still kind of concerned about digging out of the pandemic recession and just waited too long in retrospect.
But do you think they are, based on your own analysis, just quickly?
Right now...
meaning that should they be more aggressive? Because especially when we're going through 75 basis points, 100 basis points, just quickly.
I don't know the answer on whether they should be more aggressive now. I think at this point it's pretty clear that they should have started earlier.
Yeah.
And maybe wouldn't have had to be so aggressive now.
Yeah, it's certainly been interesting. I love it. You gave us something to think about. Justin Fox, Bloomberg opinion columnist. Check out his column at Bloomberg.com.
Let's go to Washington, D.C. for a check of the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is in Saudi Arabia and has been holding a face-to-face meeting with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and other Saudi leaders. The two men did exchange a fist bump at Biden's arrival. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern says it is not likely there will be any new announcements on increased oil production, but there could be a discussion about capping Russian oil prices.
The administration wants to enact this, but really needs a lot of individuals, countries on board with this. Russia is part of OPEC Plus, and they have a strategic relationship when it comes to the energy market with the kingdom. But also, they have to still get all those shippers and insurers involved in this if they were going to have a price cap.
Again, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern traveling with the president in Saudi Arabia. The Democratic-led House has approved 2 abortion rights bills that would lock in or codify abortion rights nationwide and protect movement across state lines for the procedure. Democratic Congressman Frank Pallone and Republican Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rodgers argued on opposing sides ahead of the vote.
This is just the beginning. Congressional Republicans are already pushing a nationwide abortion ban that would criminalize abortion in all 50 states.
This is not about codifying Roe v. Wade. Why? because it nationalizes abortion for all 9 months of pregnancy.
The bills face long odds, though, in the 50-50 Senate. NFL quarterback Deshaun Watson is settling all sexual misconduct claims involving 30 massage therapists. The quarterback has long denied any wrongdoing, but could still face an NFL suspension. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts.
Hey, Nance, thank you so much. Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Nancy, of course, talking a little bit about this and tracking President Biden's trip over there in the Middle East. And President Biden did bump fists with Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, when the two men met for the first time in Jeddah today, effectively putting an end to his efforts, Biden's efforts, to shun the Saudi leader. He was pretty vocal and pretty critical, certainly on the campaign trail.
The low-key greeting underscored the tense circumstances of the trip, with Biden seeking Saudi promises to help lower oil prices, but wanting to avoid any appearance of being too friendly with Prince Mohammed, who's 36 years old. Remember, Carol, he vowed to ostracize him for the 2018 killing of columnist Jamal Khashoggi.
Yeah, exactly. And, you did have reporters apparently shouting questions at both MBS and President Biden. They did not answer them about whether the Saudis owed an apology to Khashoggi's family, or if President Biden, still considered the kingdom a pariah, as he said on the campaign trail. It's interesting. We've had some great conversations in our newsroom, some of our team, and just, this is geopolitics. It's tricky. And so there are times that you are critical, I think, about whether it's China, whether it's emerging economies, look at Russia, critical of either leaders in power or how things are run or what have you, or privacy or rights, human rights. And yet companies, countries, all have to work together ultimately in this global economy.
So, Carol, here's why we're talking about...
Where do you draw the line?
Exactly. And then why are we watching a fist bump so closely? That's one thing that's really important.
Because it's not a handshake.
Here. Exactly. So these muted proceedings contrasted with Biden's effusive handshakes and hugs as he met with Israeli officials earlier this week. Biden wasn't actually supposed to shake hands with any foreign officials during his first Middle East trip. It's a precaution that aides had said was meant to protect him from COVID-19. But then he fist bumped another leader. So everyone was like, okay, what's he going to do when he meets MBS?
Fist bumps heard around the world. We do want to keep in mind that the reason the White House is pushing Saudi Arabia and the UAE, they want to tap unused oil production capacity, help ease some of the energy strains that we are seeing globally.
stories, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Banks are leading the gains. Equities holding a 5-day slide after earnings. Citigroup now up 14.4%. Wells Fargo after earnings up 6.9%. The S&P is advancing 68 points, close to session highs, up 1.8%. The Dow up 607, up 2%. Nasdaq up 186, up by 1.7%. 10-year yield 2.92%. Gold down 0.3%, 17.04 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, 97.93 a barrel. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, this week's Bloomberg Business Week cover story is the tale of a $500 billion mega project gone wrong. It began when Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman set out to build the city of Neom in an effort to revolutionize urban life.
Bloomberg News Saudi Arabia correspondent Vivian Niraim and Business Week editor Joel Weber help us understand this massive desert disaster.
Vivian basically was like, hey, how about we go big on Neom and try and learn everything we can. And you know, Neom, if you followed the story at all, has been a huge curiosity ever since MBS first announced it. But then it's been pretty opaque, and it's been really hard to get meaningful information about it. So this basically is the most thorough story anyone's ever published about the project. So Vivian, what is the project and how far along is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, what is the project is a great question. And I think it's one that I went in thinking we might be able to answer. And then the sort of interesting thing was that even the people inside the project can't often answer that themselves. So it's become this sort of massive, sprawling ambition that keeps going in different directions. And that was kind of what was really interesting to discover it. And essentially, it's a new region now. It began its life as this idea to build a city from scratch. And now it's morphed into an entire semi-autonomous region full of different cities and different towns. And there's a tourism component to it. There's an industrial city that's going to, float on the Red Sea, according to the plans. And there's even a ski resort up in the mountains, literally an outdoor ski resort in what is essentially the middle of the desert. So it is definitely going in some pretty unusual directions.
What is this? What is this area of Saudi Arabia like, and who lived there before MBS set on this ambitious project?
Yes, I've been up to the area that they're calling Neom now maybe 3 times over the past few years. It is really remote. I mean, you basically have to, from Riyadh, the capital, you take a 2-hour plane ride, and then you also drive for another 2 hours. So it's a place that most Saudis haven't been either. It's right on the border with Jordan, across the Red Sea from Egypt, very close to Israel, which is something a lot of people point out about this project. And it's very beautiful. There's this gorgeous sort of pristine beaches and these really dramatic mountains, but it wasn't super populated. There were, however, several towns along the coast where members of a tribe called the Tuatha lived, and had been there for generations. So it wasn't an empty area, which is what sort of the Crown Prince and other people who promote Neom have promoted it as, this sort of blank slate, right? There's no blank slate on Earth. And to invent the blank slate, they essentially began to remove those people who had lived there.
And so, world events have happened since that announcement. There were initially a lot of investors, and then there was a killing of a prominent journalist. What happened to Neom's trajectory after that?
Yeah, well, so Jamal Khashoggi was an American resident. He worked for the Washington Post, which is obviously a major American publication, writing opinion columns. And his murder in 2018 was a huge shock to Saudi Arabia overall, to all of its projects and all of its plans. And definitely Neom took a huge knock. There was this huge advisory board that they had basically just announced that was all these kind of high profile figures, all the way from sort of star architects like Norman Foster to, ex-U.S. officials, Ernest Moniz, sort of the former U.S. Energy Secretary, and a lot of those people did actually pull out of the project after the murder came to light, essentially, and there was sort of a lot of pressure to back off of doing business with the Crown Prince, doing business with Saudi Arabia. The really interesting thing that I found as I started looking into this is that a lot of companies and architects and consultants are still doing business with NEOM, sort of under, not announced, under the radar. They're still doing plans, they're still doing projects, they're still working with them. And it's essentially almost the largest construction project in the world at this point. Like it's become quite massive. They have ambitions to have 450,000 laborers on the site within a couple years, which is basically the population of Miami.
Just the scale of it must be something to behold. And you actually have been out there before, right? And saw where it's all gonna go down, or could go down, I guess. So tell us about that, and also if foreign money's not involved anymore, this is all being done how exactly?
That's a very good question. I think that's something they're still trying to figure out themselves. I think the $500 billion number that they threw out there is like a starting budget. At this point, they still don't even know what a lot of this is going to cost. It could end up costing more. And where is that money going to come from? They still want it to come from outside. But right now, it's pretty much fully backed by the Public Investment Fund, which is Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund. So they're spending, they've already spent several billion on it. They're spending pretty prolifically. I did go up there and sort of do a tour of the site officially. I went to visit their main camp, which is this very sort of strange place in the desert, surrounded by barbed wire, heavily secured, where they've got sort of hundreds and hundreds of high-powered executives and professionals from all over the world who are working, on this camp essentially, which is like very much felt like a cross between like something from Silicon Valley and like maybe like a minimum security prison, and even the employees make a lot of jokes about that. They're like, oh, the wall, we're not sure if it's to keep people out or to keep us in. So it's a very strange atmosphere. There's not a ton of sort of like visible construction going on now. It's a lot of preparatory work. It's like groundwork. They're digging big tunnels. They're smoothing out ground. But it's not like you can go there now and like see a city or see, any of the things that they've been planning. There's still a pretty big gap between what they're talking about and what's happening on the ground.
Vivian, it sounds like they start things, they start working on it, then they back off of it. It sounds like starts and stops. Who does seem to be winning, though, all in is if you're a consultant or anybody involved in the project. I love the line you talk about, 2 buckets for those who work on the project. And one of it is a bucket just to hold all the money that they're making.
Don't mention the other bucket, Carol.
I won't mention the other bucket. Well, you can.
For number 2s.
But people are making a ton of money off of this.
Yes. Yeah, there are a lot of people who have found this to be an incredibly lucrative project, and that is predominantly the consultants and the people who come from outside to work there, which was something that sort of came up again and again in my conversations with people, was that this is basically like a life-changing job for a lot of people. Like they can come and make so much money that they can essentially, it makes a huge difference for their life. They can finish putting their kid through college. They can, save up for a retirement home. And so many of the people who come to do that are basically coming to earn that giant paycheck, and they don't all necessarily actually have an investment in what actually happens once they're gone.
All right, of course, that was the Bloomberg Business Week cover story, a fantastic cover story, and that was Bloomberg News Saudi Arabia correspondent Vivian Niraim, along with Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. And be sure to catch our Bloomberg Business Week radio broadcast and podcast. Our broadcast, you can catch it on Bloomberg Radio at 8 a.m. Our podcast, you can just download it today on your way home.
Yeah, hey, another shout out for this cover story of Bloomberg Business Week. I've got the issue in my hand right here. What does $500 billion build in the Saudi desert? A royal fantasy brought to you by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Some really great reporting, just some fantastic images in there as well.
Yeah, our weekend show and podcast also including an AI startup that's helping to figure out COVID variants. We also talk about the economic inflationary picture, and oil prices. Get ready probably for them to still stay high for not maybe months, maybe even years. So there's a lot. And also we do a deep dive into retail. We also talk about some cool EV motorcycles, don't we?
A lot of cool stuff in the weekend show.
Yeah, really good stuff. So check it out. Download it or catch it on radio at 8 a.m. on Saturday. This is Bloomberg.
down to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is Countdown to the Close. 60 minutes left in that trading session. Taylor Riggs, Katie Greifeld, Sonali Basak, of course, in for Caroline Hyde. Joined now, as always, with our favorite colleagues, Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic. And of course, together, we welcome in our full Bloomberg audiences across TV, radio, and YouTube. And Carol, it's a positive way to end the week.
Yeah, and it's really positive if you're a big bank, because, man, Allison Williams of our Bloomberg Intelligence team walked into our studio earlier to talk about Citi and Wells Fargo, and she says what a difference a day makes, because the KBW Bank Index rallying big time, up about 6.2%, really hovering near its highs of the days. Remember, yesterday it was down about 2% over some disappointment over JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, but Citi really knocking it out of the park today, and that's where investors are really moving into today.
Okay, well, there are only a handful of stocks that investors are actually moving out of today. Some of those include solar stocks just taking a hit today. This is the Invesco Solar ETF, ticker TAN. It's a fun one. It's down 2.9% right now. It tracks, a bunch of the companies that are in the solar energy industry, and it's down after Senator Joe Manchin told Democratic leaders that he wouldn't support new spending on climate measures or tax increases. That's, of course, not good news for companies in the solar space, which are, again, taking a hit today.
You see what is not taking a hit today, Tim, as we try to smooth over that transition. Take a look at the Dow, of course, firmly in the lead, and S&P following. Big tech actually to the laggard here, but still a big outperformer. You're up about 1.5%. I think what really highlights for me, Sonali, the magnitude of the volatility in the markets is you're having your best one-day gain on the S&P in maybe 3 weeks.
Not that long, huh? And let's take a look at what is moving within that S&P. And you have the financials, like you said, Carol, just soaring thanks to Citigroup. It's 3.7% higher. That part of the index. Healthcare also up more than 2%. But everything really is in the green. Utilities is the last of the pack, less than 1/10%.
And if we get specific and name some names, I'm looking at Netflix really rallying here, up over 7%. That's even though UBS lowered their price target. They see perhaps softer subscriber growth, expecting a cautious guide at next week's earnings report. Pinterest, too. We talked about this yesterday with the Wall Street Journal reporting that activist investor Elliott Management acquiring a 9% stake, still rallying quite a bit, up almost 17%. Citigroup, Carol was talking about it. I mean, just a rock star quarter when it comes to trading revenue. The net income blew past estimates. Citigroup shares up 14% or so. Really such a move. Kraft Heinz, though, I did find one decliner. So maybe this is continued fallout from Conagra's soft sales, but in any case, Kraft Heinz down about 2%.
I think what's interesting when we think about not only some of the individual equity movies, but Carol, we go cross-asset, of course, for you here. For the radio audience, we'll make sure to tweet this out. This cross-asset performance, I think, pretty much tells everything you need to know about this week. Dollar stronger, commodities lower. So it's sort of thinking about how we're thinking about a strong dollar in the face of some big Fed rate hikes that might be coming, and commodities lower when we're thinking about where we are in terms of all of the inflationary data and, of course, some of the economics rolling over as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about commodities, right? Did you guys see copper dropping below 7,000? Right, it's down about like 35% over the past 4 months when it hit a recent high. All right, so inflation. We know that's what the Fed is going after, but it was interesting that former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers caught up with our Tom Keene earlier today. He's been, of course, out there front and center early on talking about concerns about persistent inflation, so he was spot on right about that. Right now, though, he's pretty critical of the Federal Reserve and kind of missing the mark for getting what their dual mandate was. Here's what he had to say.
We are asking our central banks to keep in mind their primary mandate of price stability. And frankly, I think in 2021, our central bank lost its way. It was talking about the environment. It was talking about social justice in a range of things. It was confidently dismissing concerns about inflation as transitory, and it made mistakes in the core functioning of a central bank.
And that, of course, was Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary, talking with Tom Keene earlier today. I kind of wish Romaine was here because, we talk so much with him about, the mandate when it comes to employment, making sure that it's much more diverse and inclusive. And you do wonder, though, do we need to have a U.S. central bank that kind of keeps its blinders on and is just thinking about that dual mandate, guys?
Well, in a sense, because it has that dual mandate and because it only has the tools available to it, it really can't do much when it comes to other things. But for so much of last year, the Fed was talking about it was okay to let inflation run high because they wanted to get the jobs numbers so good and they wanted to see unemployment decrease along all sectors of the American economy. And look, we have to hand it to former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers because he was out early with this, saying that essentially, hey, the Fed was wrong when it came to inflation, and the government was wrong when it came to inflation.
There's a few schools of thought out there, too, because you have the Larry Summers school of thought. You have a lot of people like him that say that the Fed should have been raising earlier and at a bigger degree. But then you have, for example, Claudia Sahm, who was also on surveillance just this morning, talking about the reminder that the Fed is not in control of energy prices. So what do you do about the things that are really making...
Or supply chains, right?
Yeah, exactly. The things that are really making it hard for, Americans to buy goods every day.
Famously blunt tools, and I think that's an important point when we think about sort of so many shocks that we've had to the energy market, to the supply chains, and as we think about commodities, they so much inform inflation expectations. We learned that again this morning in those University of Michigan numbers, even though in June we know that inflation was super hot, just some of those fuel prices coming down, it really just filters into how Americans actually feel.
I'm glad that you brought that up, Tim. I know that you and I have been chatting a lot about these. Here, of course, is sort of the consumer sentiment numbers. I showed this chart earlier, and I was laughing a little bit. It's up to 51.1, but that's barely sort of a blip on the record low of 50 that we had last time we took the survey. But it really was sort of the future expectations that looked better. So you're starting to maybe understand the consumer isn't as bad as we thought. I would love to hear your thoughts on those inflation expectations. It came down from 5.3 to 5.2, but are we still a 1 year ahead inflation expectation of 5.2?
That's a good question. I think the big question also has to do with retail sales and what we learned in those retail sales numbers, because although they looked pretty good on the surface, Vince Signorella, global macro strategist, was on our program a little earlier today. And he said, I don't want to rain on the parade here, but if you look under the hood here, you can tell that people are buying less. And it's not necessarily a good thing. And Vince actually saying, hey, he thinks that we're already in a recession right now.
Yeah, well, take a look at the Chinese economy growing at the slowest pace since it went into the pandemic some 2 years ago. Like, we have to think about this also globally and what global central banks are doing. We've got more to come. We're going to come back in less than an hour's time. Our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, and YouTube. Beyond the bell, we're going to wrap up the trading day and the trading week. We'll be back in less than an hour's time.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, a really cool, another dense week. Get ready for even more. We didn't get into it, but we'll maybe with our TV colleagues in the next hour. But we've got a big week of earnings. Netflix, or we'll hear about the streaming. We're going to hear about Tesla, but we're going to hear from some of, kind of the traditional old line companies in the S&P 500, a J&J, IBM, and others. So it'll be interesting to see what we hear from that roundup of CEOs.
Okay, you heard Taylor talk about, when we were talking about consumer sentiment, when she was showing the chart there for our radio audience, that she and I have been having conversations about this. We did catch up a little earlier today, Carol, and we talked a little bit about how our own spending habits have changed in an inflationary environment.
Right.
And it's really interesting because there's so much psychology behind this, behind the decisions we make. So even if we, haven't lost a job or don't have a partner who's lost a job, we tend to feel that we're spending more on some other things, so we pull back on other things that do seem more discretionary.
But you're still spending.
We are still spending, but it brings us to next week and those Netflix earnings that are coming.
Meaning what?
Meaning, are people quitting things like, okay, a gym membership or a Netflix membership, things that people see as really discretionary because they're essentially saying, wait a second, I don't need this right now, and the extra $14 a month needs to go toward filling up my gas.
Well, UBS, which came out, rates the stock in neutral, lowered its price target to $198 from $355, predicts second quarter subscriber growth going upside down, meaning losses.
Well,
so it's a negative undertone. again, I use it over and over, a reset, a recalibration. Like, we're trying to figure out where we are. I'm tired of watching things inside. I want to be outside. I want to be doing things. And, what's the reset? What is the equilibrium for all of these companies? I also say there's a lot of streaming services. Can you really watch them all?
No.
No. All right, we got more to come. First up, though, World and National News with Nancy Lyons. She's in our D.C. newsroom. Hi, Nance.
Thanks, Carol. The depositions of former President Donald Trump and 2 of his children in a New York probe of his family's real estate business will be delayed briefly. The state's attorney says it is due to yesterday's death of Trump's first wife, Ivana. Trump, Donald Trump Jr., and Ivanka Trump are each required to sit for 7 hours of sworn testimony as part of the probe into potentially fraudulent asset valuations at the Trump Organization. Well, a nonprofit group is lining up a shadow government to prepare for a return of Donald Trump to the White House. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports.
The America First Policy Institute, led by former Trump cabinet member Linda McMahon, has assembled a shadow government, including cabinet members, senior White House officials, and political appointees at federal agencies for Trump or any other Republican who might take the White House in 2024. The group is also developing policy proposals for an expected Republican-controlled House in November. The goal is to help Trump avoid the chaotic missteps of the 2017 presidential transition. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
The Suffolk County medical examiner says Jayland Walker was found with 46 gunshot wounds. Walker was shot by Akron police while attempting to flee after a traffic stop. Dr. Lisa Kohler outlines her findings.
Jayland Walker's death was due to blood loss from his internal injuries. The cause of death ruling was multiple gunshot wounds. The manner of death was ruled homicide, shot by others.
Kohler says Walker's toxicology screening showed no evidence of drugs or alcohol. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. So an already beleaguered cryptocurrency mining sector could soon be facing some additional pressure from the Celsius Networking bankruptcy filing. This year, I can see Business Week when we get to the end of the year and we get to the big stories, how they like to sum up.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be like the crypto
crash.
Crash. There's collapse.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Right.
Well, and we're only halfway through the year, Carol, and we're already seeing a lot of carnage here. So for those who, let's bring everyone up to speed here. So Celsius Network is the troubled crypto lender's mining subsidiary, filed for protection from creditors late Wednesday. Celsius Mining, that's the lender's mining subsidiary, said in the filing that it owns 80,850 rigs with 43,632 in operation and expects to run about 120,000 rigs and generate more than 10,000 coins by the end of the year. So that would make the unit one of the largest Bitcoin miners. Reminder, these Bitcoin miners use energy-intensive computers to process records of transactions and earn rewards in the virtual currency. Carol, they use so much energy that earlier this week, some in Texas were actually offline and asked to go offline in order to prevent the power grid from being overwhelmed.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Well, the bankruptcy comes as the value of mining rigs plunges with Bitcoin prices in sharp decline. Some of the most popular machine models have fallen as much as 50% since the last bull run, and miners are struggling to complete purchase orders that they made several months ago. And you talked about, these miners in Texas shutting down because of the local power grid. I mean, it's a very different story from where we were, a year ago?
I had an interesting conversation earlier today with Katie Greifeld and some others about this. We talked about the Texas thing because it's okay, when you think of essential services, you think of keeping the power grid on for air conditioning and sweltering conditions, hospitals, retirement communities, utilities. You don't think about crypto miners being able to actually mine cryptocurrency right now. Exactly. And that was Katie's point too.
I do think very early in on this game, and I people much smarter than me say that too, and I do wonder where this is going. This will be part of our financial society. I'm just not quite sure exactly how. We're going to talk more in a moment.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Big day for banks. We have got the S&P 500 index halting a 5-day slide right now, trading at or near session highs. Let's get the latest now as we head right over to the First Word breaking news desk. And with today's afternoon call, here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks climbing from the start today off those bank earnings. Dow's currently up 600 points. S&P's gained 66, while the Nasdaq is up by 177. The U.S. 10-year yield at 2.93%. Gold is down 5. Oil is climbing, and Bitcoin is trading higher by 1.5%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all are trading in the green, led by gains in the financials and healthcare. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and UNH. Only Procter & Gamble was in the red. After earnings, Citigroup soared as much as 15%. Wells Fargo gained 6%. And in other news, Walt Disney's ESPN will raise the price of its streaming service by 43% next month. Wrapping things up, SocGen sees the first Fed cuts in early 2024. Live from the First Word breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUAWK, on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much for that update. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live at Bloomberg headquarters in our Interactive Brokers studio. So on the Bloomberg today from our Bloomberg Law team, it's a story about how the bursting of the cryptocurrency market is fueling calls for clearer guidelines on how to treat assets in crypto company bankruptcies.
Some numbers that have been thrown around over the last few months have included the destruction of $2 trillion in the decline of crypto from a market that was $3 trillion down to about $1 trillion right now. Let's get into it, Carol, with Steve Russell, portfolio manager and senior research analyst at Emerald Advisors. Steve is the co-portfolio manager of the Emerald Finance and Banking Innovation Fund. Steve, good to have you with us. How are you?
Oh, great. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon.
Thanks for joining us. I really want to focus our conversation this afternoon around the technology underlying cryptocurrency, because we do talk a lot about daily price moves. But, we talk to people like you, and I know this thanks to some notes that you sent to our producer, Paul Brennan, earlier. You think that a lot of people are ignoring the power of the underlying technology. And we do hear this from a lot of people, that this is very similar to the early days of the internet. So prove it to us that this underlying technology is here to stay.
Sure. Thanks, Tim. We're really interested in investing in the software, which is what we, distributed ledger technology. We look at it, it's just software. People talk about blockchain. There's different types of blockchains. And we're seeing a lot of implementation and adoption by large companies. If you look at some of the larger companies here in the United States, they utilize different types of blockchain already in their operations. Everything from Anthem, if you look overseas, Allianz is actually utilizing, and it's across different industries. So it's not just in the financial services world. You look at Walmart, for instance, they use it for payment processing. They use it for inventory tracking. You see Boeing using blockchain to actually kind of track their repairs on their airplanes. So there's a lot of applications that we think will continue to adopt blockchain and across multiple industries. So we're trying to invest in companies that are actually improving their business plans utilizing the technology.